my job and our team are focused on the VOD platform and the linear channel. You know, we've thought about YouTube. We know that they're on YouTube, but we have concerns. You know, there are concerns, and maybe I'm hesitant about that. I don't know, but I feel at the moment that, you know, we are in discussions on how we can grow YouTube. We don't talk to YouTube about our channel. They sometimes advise us on things that are happening on YouTube for events that we might want to put content up that might promote certain things that they have on their calendar. But my job is mainly to look after video on demand and linear and really make that the best experience for children in a safe space.
If I may, what would those concerns be?
Oh, just what I've said earlier about onward journeys, making sure that children on third-party platforms have a safe journey and see amazing content, and perhaps make sure they don't see stuff they shouldn't see.
Mm-hmm. I think also, to answer your question, is we put content on YouTube because 40% of kids viewing is going to YouTube. We want our content to be seen. This is nourishing, fantastic content that's made for British children, and we want that prominence. We want content to be seen, so we have a certain selected amount of sort of content on there, but really we are trying to ensure that the viewing is on our own curated, safe platforms, our linear service, our streaming platform as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ewan, I think it was you particularly that said we want children to be safe. Right? I mean, we all do. Both of your organisations have safeguards to make sure that the content you create is suitable for children. Do you think that YouTube, at large, the other content creators that post their material to YouTube, do they all feel the same way? Do they have those safeguards?
I can't comment on YouTube really. I'm here to talk about, you know, from a Sky Kids perspective and what I do in my job day to day for the linear channel and VOD service. But we want children to be safe, that's for sure. But I can't comment about that, I'm afraid.
The safeguards that you've got in place, though, they're there for a reason, right?
They are absolutely there for a reason for our service.
Across the board.
I think that safety for children is important, so we shouldn't be discussing otherwise, should we? We should always be discussing that wherever a child goes online, it should be safe. Yeah.
And I think you know, sort of the content that creators make is slightly different to sort of the content that we make that's a sort of commission. Some of it is, you know, it's short, it's quicker. We look at, you know, sort of slower paced content that's got a repetition, got a story structure, that you know, sort of has a purpose as well. I'm not saying content creators don't have that. Some amazing content on YouTube from certain creators, but I can't really comment on the whole sort of ecosystem of YouTube because focused on sort of what we make for YouTube. But I agree with Ian that we do want our platforms to be safe. That's why at Paramount we have all our safety measures in place. We really want to make sure that when children are on our platforms, parents and carers feel safe. They know it's curated and you know, that they can watch it in a sort of an area that is good.
There's a problem here, isn't there? You know, you guys are investing in a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of care, and a lot of passion into producing content which is well thought out, educationally sound, and appropriate for young audiences. And yet, at the same time, you're sharing it in some cases on YouTube, where we know that it has no particular prominence over and above the AI-generated slop that might be there, which you know, doesn't do anything for the education or the mind. So we need to rationalise this. You said it's because that's where the kids' eyes are, you know, and that's where the eyeballs are. So that's where the audience is. That's where you have to go. So how do we tackle this? How, you know, what's the key to ensuring that high quality content that you put so much time and effort and care into making is what our children see predominantly when they go onto YouTube Kids, for example?
I think it's prominence. It's making sure that the algorithm surfaces that content. We want that content to be found, and at the moment it isn't. That's why.
How? You said prominence, yes. I mean, it's very easy to say that as a word, as if it encompasses. But how should the government ensure that YouTube give prominence to high quality content like the stuff that you commission?
I suppose it could be in the same way of how we make our content. We have a broadcast compliance code. We follow that, as Ian says.
Yes,
Shout out to the compliance teams, because they are absolutely amazing into
really
what they
are.
do every single day. They watch everything and they make sure that it follows, sort of all of the safety measures for kids' content and how it's produced, how it's edited together, the tone, the pace, everything, as well as sort of editorial that we have. So that could be something that is sort of adopted for content that's on YouTube.
YouTube should be regarded as a broadcaster.
It's a bit different it's a video sharing platform. Obviously it has content on there. YouTube doesn't fund content. It's not like a broadcaster, so it's slightly different.
There isn't any legislation out there to govern distribution platforms. There's legislation out there for broadcasters, and there's legislation out there for social media companies. They deny that they're either. They talk about themselves being a distribution platform, as you say. So on the basis that there is no specific legislation geared towards them and what they do, should they be legislated for as both?
I suppose, it's something for the government to look at, but it could be something that is reviewed too, because as going back to what sort of both of us have said, content needs to be nourishing, good content for kids, but it also needs to be safe on those platforms. And we're very happy to sort of discuss with YouTube, sort of the measures that we use. There's obviously the Made for Kids, the COPPA rules in place at the moment, and we follow all of those guidelines. We, ensure that our content is sort of compliant content and follows all of that editorial process.
Yes,
that's
but
on that
we know all
platform.
this, but then you plop it onto YouTube where it's in the kind of wild west of content. You don't know what's going to be popping up next to it. So what I want to know is how should they be regulated to ensure that the eyeballs that are drawn to it are once they've seen your high quality content, then see something else which is equally high quantity.
If you don't mind me interrupting, basically, when we put content on YouTube, we're aware of personalisation and YouTube Kids, which has certain safeguards in place, and that's obviously something that YouTube has done. Because obviously it's got to be a balanced view. I know I'm not being on the fence, hopefully, but I'm sort of as a sort of a balanced view here, because I think that they do have things in place that do protect children as well, of course, and we've heard that in other evidence sessions. And we don't put content up against slop. I think that we do think about what we put up there, and we're assuming that it goes on YouTube Kids, which is for children only, and
So you're aware your content is on the non-logged in bit as well. So if you go on to
Yeah,
just
it's on-
the website, which is next to slop and next to whatever it
Yeah,
may well
yeah,
be,
yeah.
it's also there. I think that the point we're trying to make, I feel, is that broadcasters are jumping through hoops and doing the right thing when it comes to kids' content, but
Yes.
being asked to put it onto a platform that isn't doing the same thing.
Yes.
You're kind of fighting an unfair battle.
Of course, and in answer to your question,
How do we
yes,
help,
of
basically?
course, yeah. I all I know is that there can be learnings from our processes, because we take it to our heart and we know exactly what we do with our output, and we know that we care for it, we comply it, we check it, it's safe. We have PIN numbers on our VOD services to make sure that children can't go away from Sky Kids and see other things on television, let alone on a VOD service. All of these things are required by us because we want to make sure that children are safe. We agree that there should be something in place to make sure we are all on the same playing field.
Good, thank you.
Come
Cam?
back in. And where were we? Is it, you mentioned your concerns earlier, Ian. Is one of those concerns perhaps that you put your content up, you put it up in good faith, it's safe content, but that children that might then go to YouTube for your content might then be exposed to this slop and to more damaging content?
I can only comment today on my job at Sky Kids and what we do at Sky Kids to make it safe for children. There is a concern, obviously, that might happen, of course, but at the moment, this is, my evidence is based on my role at Sky Kids and our VOD service and linear television.
What's the best way to ensure that that doesn't happen?
On YouTube.
That they're not exposed to more damaging material on
I don't,
whatever platform?
I don't understand the inner workings of the YouTube platform, I'm afraid. So that's probably best the question for them.
Any thoughts on that, Louise?
I think, sort of adopting some of the safety measures that we have, so that could be something that could be reviewed, sort of age ratings. I think, sort of in a previous session, I was talking about like kite marks as well, sort of whether that content is, sort of a certain quality. How you do that would have to be looked into. I haven't got the answer for that. But I think certainly looking at how, as broadcasters, we adopt those safety measures, not only from the content that's made from an editorial point of view, but then how it's presented on that platform as well, whether it's, sort of within those safe, curated, trusted spaces for children, and, so families can sort of understand. I'm afraid I can't also comment too much about sort of the sort of algorithm and how YouTube works, because we focus on our sort of broadcast platforms, but we could get, sort of our policy team to sort of review that and send some details to you.
That would be helpful. Thank you for the content that you do create, by the way. My daughter also watches Milkshake, and I grew up with Nickelodeon.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Let's move back to Bio, please.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, both of you. So my question is to yourself, Ian. What motivated Sky to produce this FYI news service?
Yes, well, it's absolutely amazing, and I feel very proud to have worked on our Sky News service for 7 years now. It's what motivates us is the fact that we give children a voice in our news output, and we work very closely with Fresh Start Media, who are an amazing production company. They are fantastic journalists, and they work with children so well. And we feel that it's incredibly important for children to have a voice. We funded a daily bulletin that runs every day, and that goes on the Children United website, which is a new global website that's for safe news for kids that Nikki Cox has set up. So we funded a daily bulletin where you get 2 minutes of the day's news presented by children. And we've also carried on commissioning the Investigate series, which was the BAFTA winner last year for non-scripted. And we've discovered last week, I think it was, that we've also been nominated this year for a BAFTA as well for it. So we can't quite believe it. We're so happy that it's been recognised in these different sort of award ceremonies. We're just like, wow, we can't believe it. But we've actually got some great topics as well. We focus on really big topics that kids want to talk about. So the episode that's nominated is called World War Me. And we focused on lots of children in different war zones, talking about the wars that they're growing up in, because we know that children should not be in war. And we're working on a new film at the moment, which is looking at girls in sport and why girls drop out of sport, which we're in the edit with at the moment, and that will be a new film that's released soon. But I think because of all of those, we're so proud of the fact that it reaches, I think at the last count we've had 5 million views on the with our Children United bulletin and the films, which is fantastic. Sky News also collaborates with them on their platform as well. And Sky News shows the linear version of the films that we make as well, which is fantastic. And it's really good to have that support from Sky News, because even when it's children's news, we safe for children if a tax incentive was used in that genre. I think it would make sense, and I think it would make more people think about the safety of news if it was more economical to make it. So I think that it does help. It does help funding news, even though we are funding news and we are commissioning news. Anything that with a tax incentive can help create more safe news and more people can create that content.
Okay. And my last question, given sort of Sky's sort of retreat from original children's commissions, what kind of ring fence protections will there be for FYI? So to ensure that that's not next on the chopping block.
Yes, we don't have a chopping block. I think that basically news. We don't have a chopping block. I think news is quite important to us, especially with our partnership with Sky News, and we are making more films. It's in commission. So.
Thank you.
I have no chopping block. David.
Crude, wasn't it? Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Carla. Ian, you've referred a number of times to changing viewing habits of children, but without being explicit about what those changing habits are. Last session of this committee we had YouTube. Today, shortly, we're going to have TikTok and Instagram. FYI was a award-winning 15-minute television slot which used to play multiple times at the weekend. In a sense, it complemented the BBC Newsround's a school day kind of thing, gets shown in schools. It seems most primary schools in the country now show Newsround. Yours was on at the weekend. And then you had FYI Investigates, another award-winning segment. If you had the two of them back-to-back, you had a 30-minute segment on the television. As I understand it, the strategy now is you now default to 90-second episodes. You still have the 15 minutes, but the emphasis is all on the 90-second episodes.
It's sort of
FYI 90. Just can you talk us through what the kind of boardroom conversation was around that and how you personally feel about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it all started with our presenters telling us that we were doing a long show that children that wouldn't watch it. It was our presenters. Our presenters were who are young children, children presenters. They started saying that you need to make it shorter because kids won't watch a longer magazine news show. So we were at that point. We were at a turning point anyway with how we can make it more snackable news for children. So Nikki Cox was also setting up Children United as well, which we've been discussing with her about that. So we thought if we made a bulletin, it would be more snackable and takeaway content that you can talk about with your mates because it's quicker. And also, we do know that they're used to viewing shorter content now. We do make the longer.
What
films.
do you think about that? Come on. Tell us what you think. Is this a good thing? News now comes in a 90-second package.
I think
is that a good thing? And by the way, you said a moment ago you don't think you have content on TikTok and Instagram. Are you sure? Because that 90-second news snack sounds a lot like it's made for TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah, Sky News does.
Yeah.
And Sky News,
but including FYI 90.
It's not on TikTok. It's not on TikTok. It's on YouTube. It's shared on.
You said it's not on Instagram. It's not on TikTok.
It's on Instagram, which I said earlier, and it's on YouTube. It's not on TikTok.
You're sure?
Absolutely sure.
Okay. And how do you feel about this change in the way the news
I think that the 90 seconds is good. If children are saying that they have it in shorter bursts, and it gives an encouragement conversation for children to talk about news, and I know that everything in that bulletin is safe, and I know that they want to talk about snackable news, then that's a good thing. And also, just to point out, we do make longer documentaries. They haven't gone anywhere. They're still on Sky News, and they are being watched and loved by teachers and by audiences.
Do you think it's good for? I mean, I know I'm tempting you into areas. You're a TV guy. You're not a doctor.
I am a TV guy.
I realise that. But just from your, and actually I'll ask you both. In your professional judgment, you spend a lot of time thinking about children and what children watch, what they consume. You both, I think, have used the word enriched. How you enrich children's lives. Do you think for our society it's a good development that you move from a 15-minute FYI or an 8-minute news round to a 90-second bite news?
FYI, sorry, FYI was once every week, and it was 15 minutes. They weren't watching it. It's as simple as that. Now we have every day,
Yeah.
and there's
No, I
news
appreciate
every.
that. No,
No, I'm
why?
just- I know that.
I get you, just and not
I
just
agree.
about your programme.
I'm saying I agree with the 90-second bulletin.
This is about the change, I guess, overall. It's about a change, and maybe it's a misty-eyed, look back at a world that was, is long gone, and we can't do anything to bring it back. But I think it's not a bad thing to say whether we think it's the change, even if it's irreversible, is a good thing or a bad thing, and not just on news, but like in general, the move to shorter content and all sorts of things, and the binging of that content quite often rather than a varied diet, and move from channels to self-selection. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think what we're showing here is that there are certain genres that work well with shorter content. News is that. When it comes to animation, they usually run at 7 minutes or 11 minutes. That works well too. And when you've got a live action drama, 22 minutes. I think that we've always worked, and that is the misty-eyed days, and it's still with us. So we don't have to worry. It's still with us, those durations. But when it comes to news, 90 seconds is, I think, it's working well daily.
And Louise, you run channels.
Yeah.
Give us a good defence of channels.
So I think it depends how you make that content. So for shorter content, we have songs on every day in the studio with our presenters. They're about 30 seconds, can be a minute, nursery rhymes. And so I think it's what Ian says. It depends on the type of content that it is. We do crafts.
But you have a product that presents a curated set of content, some variety and some balance. Do you think there's a benefit to that compared to a totally kind of self-selection world?
Say the question again. Sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Is there a benefit? Is a channels worth having? Are they worth defending in a world where you can do video on demand, and even if it is a parent with a child under 7, the parent could set the controls in advance. Is it worth defending the concept of a channel?
Yes.
And how are you doing that?
Yes, I think it is, because we, for 25 years we've had Milkshake. It's been the morning breakfast solution for families. It's that routine. Routine is so important to parents, and particularly for, for us, for preschool children that may be under, 6 and 5 years old. The routine is absolutely crucial. And I think when talking about the sort of durations, we have like 5, 11s and 7s, but we also do short form as well, and that can be 2.5 minutes. So it can be, so it depends what it's about. We've done, sort of shorts on transport or science. And so it's ensuring that learning is, we work with educational consultants, and I think the session that was with the academics, it was really interesting to see and fascinating some of the things that they said. I sent that transcript around to my whole team and said, read this, it affirms everything that we do. We think about the duration, we think about how it's created, where the repetition is. So it really depends on the duration. But our channel's worth defending, yes.
Yeah.
Because I think it's that regular viewing that you can have within your day for children. For us on Milkshake, it's in the morning.
And just to add, teachers were saying to us they wanted shorter news for their classroom sessions. They were saying that to us.
I think that's a really good point. Our content is used in sort of schools and preschools as well. I've sent it to my daughter's school actually when they were learning about. We do cultural shorts. It's Vasaki today, and we've got a short about that. And so I sent it to her school, and they're like, "Oh, great, we can watch this." We had some amazing shorts that we did for Black History Month, where we celebrated Carnival. And again, I sent that to sort of some of my NCT groups, some of my mum's groups, to say, this is great content that you can watch. So sometimes that short content can be as good and educational as the sort of longer form content that is created around a story where you've got characters.
Quick one.
Thanks, Chair. Ian, you were adamant at pains to say that your material was on Instagram but was not on TikTok. TikTok's one of the largest social media platforms in the world. What decision was made not to publish to TikTok, and why?
I think that we'd seen that when we were using Instagram and YouTube, there was more engagement.
Thank you.
Well, did you try TikTok, or you?
No, we did. We didn't try TikTok. We just were really happy with the engagement that we'd got with the ones that we'd chosen.
Not more engagement because you didn't try the other one.
Yeah, it's sort of correct actually. Yes, that's the right thing. We're trying one thing, then we tried another. We were really happy with the engagement, and we felt that it was it was the right thing to do at that time.
Earlier in one of the answers to our questions, you said that you had to go where the eyeballs are, and the eyeballs are on TikTok. So why aren't you there?
Not for the age group that we're targeting, I hope.
And is it that? Is it that they well, I mean,
What if we were to tell you if it's not the case?
I know that. I
Yeah.
do know that. That's why I said I hope with a tongue in cheek. But I hope that we will not put our news service there.
okay, that's helpful. Okay, you'll be delighted to know that you are now on our chopping block because we've come to the end of our session. Is there anything before we let you leave? Is there anything that you wanted to add to us?
I think firstly, thank you to the committee to looking into this. Children's content is so important for 20% of the population, and if we want that content to continue to be sort of fantastic, nourishing, educational, as well as entertaining content, as we've talked about, I think sort of looking at tax relief is so important for funding. Re-establishing a fund is something that we would urge the government to look at. Kids want to see themselves reflected on screen. They want those stories. We all remember the shows that we watched as children, like Paddington was one of mine, and I was delighted when I was able to work on sort of Paddington at Nick Jr. as well. You really remember that, and kids get inspired by that content. So I'll just say thank you for sort of all of the work that you're doing to look at this.
And also just to say that we are in these roles now, but Louise and I are celebrating 27 years this year of making children's TV. We started off at Children's ITV back in when was it? Back in 1997. I was a Blue Peter runner at one point, and we've been making children's content our whole lives.
Yeah.
And this is an incredibly important session today, and to be here with you all is like blows my mind. But also to have been here and sat here with our peers like Greg and Maddie and other people, and Jackie that have been here too, that's a real honour. So thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you very much for joining us today. We're now going to take a very short break, and then after that we will be inviting in TikTok and Meta. So thank you very much today.
Thank you.
Thanks for your questions.
Our second panel this morning, we're now going to hear from those responsible for TikTok and Instagram, and we're joined by Giles Darrington, who is Senior Government Relations and Public Policy Manager for TikTok, and Rebecca Stimpson, who is the UK Director of Public Policy for Meta. Thank you both so much for joining us today. I'm going to kick off the questions. Now, I don't know if you had the opportunity to watch a previous session that we did with YouTube, but we had a discussion about how we define them. They were adamant that they weren't a broadcaster or a social media company. They are a distribution platform. I wondered how you would define yourselves. Giles, can you kick us off?
Sure, and thanks so much for the committee for having us today, and indeed for the clerks for being flexible and patient with us as we organise the session. TikTok ultimately is an entertainment platform, global entertainment platform with over 1 billion users. What that means is that our content is primarily driven by user-to-user content. So that is users generating great ideas, creating things and putting them out into the world, and then other users looking at them. What that means in regulatory terms is that we are a user-to-user service, which is subscribed under the Online Safety Act and regulated by Ofcom in that way. It's worth saying that TikTok's about an 8-year-old company. Prior to the Online Safety Act, we were regulated directly as a VSP, video sharing platform, under the kind of the former EU regulations. So we've consistently seen ourselves in that space. We wouldn't describe ourselves ultimately as social media for the simple reason that social media is generally driven by what's called a social graph. A social graph effectively is an algorithm which looks at all of your friends and what they're talking about, what they're watching, and then shows you that. TikTok is defined by a content graph. What that means is we are looking at what you're watching and then finding other things that you might be interested to. So there's a bit of a technical difference in the way that the algorithm works, but ultimately they're both user-to-user services.
Thank you. And Instagram?
So Instagram and Facebook are social media companies defined, as Giles has said, as user-to-user services under the OSA for the purposes of that.
So you both define yourself as user-to-user services regulated by Ofcom under the Online Safety Act. That's great. And do you feel that you neatly fit into those categories when it comes to the regulation?
Yeah, broadly speaking, absolutely. Again, there is we don't describe ourselves as social media in the kind of compounds, again because of that content algorithm, but absolutely for kind of practical purposes. And indeed, it's worth saying that the debate on how the Online Safety Act works predates TikTok existing. So TikTok launched after the first Green Paper on OSA. So we've been part of that conversation right the way through our existence, and it feels like that's an appropriate way to regulate millions of pieces of content.
Right, and the same question to Instagram.
Yeah, so we are a social media company, just to draw that distinction. I think, yes, it works well under the OSA. Obviously, it's still being implemented. Not all the duties are enforced yet. And I think you can already see things are evolving. So things like AI, chatbot starts to kind of put a bit of strain on some of those definitions. But broadly speaking, it's a definition that makes sense for us.
That's very helpful. We just want to make sure that we know who you are and what you do before we start asking our questions. Then we're going to kick off with Cam. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if you'd mind if I opened with a couple of very well-known psychological experiments. In 1967, the Blue Eyes, Brown Eyes experiment was run by teacher Jane Elliott. She was a third grade teacher. She pitted friends against each other by explaining that those with blue eyes were superior to those with brown eyes. She gave the blue-eyed students special treatment, and she highlighted the mistakes made by those with brown eyes. And then she stepped back. And within a very short time, those pupils were visiting physical harm upon their own friends. The Stanford prison experiment split a friendship group of older students into prisoners and guards. And in these older students, this experiment yielded similar results. The Milgram experiment demonstrated that even compassionate, conscientious people can be persuaded remarkably easily to inflict serious harm, potentially even death upon others, when an environment enables them to do so. I remember the first time that I saw my daughter, and my mind changed immediately. My primary focus in life was to protect that person. I wondered if either of you have children.
I don't have children, no.
I do, although they're 5 and 2. So.
My daughter's 5 too.
Oh.
That's excellent. if you believed that another person was influencing your child to harm themselves, would you want to know about it?
Yes, absolutely.
You know who Jules Sweeney was? So Jules lived just a couple of miles away from me until he took his own life. If you found your child the way that Jules's mother found him, would you?
Yes.
Are you aware that TikTok has declined to release Jules's social media history to his parents, and that she's currently taking TikTok to court in the United States?
So if I can start by saying, I completely empathise with the point you're making about the horror of some of the situation that occurred. I think we've spoken to Jules's mother on a number of occasions about this issue. There is an ongoing court case, so there's a limit to what I can say, as you'd expect, because it's important that those things play out. It is worth saying, though, that when it comes to the question of data, we have talked to her about that and about the sequence of events, which means we have a duty, under legal duties under GDPR, to delete certain data after a certain amount of time. As you'd expect, we have to follow that, and that does impact on some of those issues. Obviously, there's legislation going through at the moment directly related to this, which we've been actively engaged with Department for Science and Technology, the Home Office and others on as well, to see if you can improve that situation in the long run. But absolutely, I think there isn't anyone who would be opposed to kind of finding a good solution to this that means data is preserved in such circumstances.
Are you saying that data has been deleted?
I don't want to go too much into the court case and exactly what's going to happen, as I'm sure you'd appreciate. We have had that conversation directly, and we'll continue to go through the process of the court case. But I'm saying that there are mechanisms by which data has to be deleted, and in terms of when police investigations start and when they come to us to ask for data, obviously if that happens after a period of time, then data can be deleted.
You mentioned GDPR. So where regulations prevent you from sharing that data, do you think that it's incumbent on this House to pass legislation so that to regulate such bodies as TikTok, so that they do share that information with parents?
Yeah, I think finding the kind of the correct way of approaching these two competing kind of legal issues of the importance, and I think we'd all agree on the importance of data protection and GDPR duties to delete data which isn't being used by companies, alongside where there are cases of harm where police, families, others may need access, making sure that's preserved. I think one of the debates that's happening within Parliament, with government, is exactly what the triggers for that are, so that companies like ours know in which circumstances things may be needed to access in the future.
Are you familiar with the red versus blue school wars?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
So, red versus blue, I think the BBC has described this as what's called a phantom trend, so something which wasn't actually happening but was talked about online. This was something that was made, we were alerted to by a number of police forces. We work directly with police forces and have direct kind of lines of contact with a number of police forces who raised concerns about a very small number of posts on our platform which suggested kind of an attempt to create violence between two schools. It is worth saying that immediately upon being told about this by the police, we acted to remove those small number of accounts. It is also worth saying, and I think this is where the phantom trend issue comes to the fore, that after there was a reporting of a small number of accounts, we saw significant increases of people searching for that content, creating similar content, and indeed, quite rightly, people posting things warning others about it. That actually made the issue much bigger.
On TikTok?
We don't believe so, no. Indeed, we found no evidence at all that we've seen of any kind of coordination of genuine attempts at violence on the platform.
What action did TikTok take?
So we removed, obviously, all the accounts that we'd identified. And again, we're talking a very small number when the issue first came to us. We obviously, as The issue grew because of the reporting, because people were talking about it. We scaled up direct teams. We have direct teams that can work on those kind of escalations. We also took action to, for example, ban a range of search terms which might lead to that kind of content, to reduce the ability for people to see it, and put at the top of those where people were searching for that content, what we call an interstitial, which says, get violence on, get information on violence, misinformation, our community guidelines, etc., to signpost people away from that kind of behaviour and towards more constructive things.
Have you done any digging into the economic cost of the school closures that occurred because of this?
Again, I haven't seen any. It is worth saying that, to be really clear, as far as we are aware, this was, again, as the BBC described it, a phantom trend. There was never actually any intent at violence. That's our understanding of it from direct conversations with police. We took very, very fast action to remove any and all content around that. I think one of the things that there is always a challenge with when it comes to these kind of things is, we saw genuine parents and others posting warnings to people saying, don't be so stupid as to get involved in this. Sometimes you also see stuff which is disingenuously teaching to warn people to try and perpetuate it. So again, we had to take policy choices about where to draw the line. In that instance, we drew a very high line in removing content, but we saw it grow kind of over the period of time.
Hello, I'm Natasha. I'm an MP in Croydon, and the red versus blue trend, it had quite a significant impact actually on some of the local schools. I think one school, they had a lot of children in 1 year not even turn up because they were so afraid of what was going to happen. And I appreciate that this is about content on your platform, and you're very clear that you don't want anyone under the age of 13. You're very clear about what kind of audiences you want. But there was a study in your evidence that you put in, so there was a study by the Oxford Economics saying that 60% of British TikTok users visited, purchased a product or engaged with the community based on the stuff they'd seen on TikTok, which is very, very positive. But I think the point I'm wondering around is what analysis have you done about the impact on negative impact of these sort of things? So yes, on the police having to deal with this sort of thing, but also we saw young people running around Clapham because they'd managed to convene each other via TikTok and via other social media platforms. What is the sort of responsibility that you take for the editorial content on your platforms? Because we've got everything from very high-end news outlets to people trying to, create trouble on our streets. So what is your responsibility as TikTok to take ownership of the and editorialise what people will see on your platform?
Sure. So there's a couple of things there. So forgive me if I break them down briefly. So first of all, it is absolutely true, and we've seen kind of numerous examples, and we can talk about some of them in the rest of the committee, around people taking positive actions in their community or indeed kind of in other ways because of stuff they've seen on the platform. You're fundamentally right that where bad content may appear, there is also that risk. That is why we have very, very clear community guidelines to actively remove that content and indeed to signpost people to good behaviour, support where necessary, a whole range of things. So our primary responsibility is to remove that bad content. The second element, I think, where we have responsibility is to make sure that that bad content gap, the vacuum of that stuff being removed, is filled by good content. So we work with a whole range of creators, publishers and others to make sure there's high quality news, information, support, things on. We did a campaign last year, for example, with Women's Aid, with male creators, popular male creators, calling out misogyny, calling out violence against women, to fill the kind of that void with that kind of stuff. I just want to talk about one specific issue when it comes to the Clapham issue that you talked about, and to be really clear, we spoke again directly to the police forces about that. There was absolutely no evidence that that was on our platform at all in any circumstances, and indeed the police corrected their statement saying it was on us because they did not find any content, and as so far we've not seen any content other than bystander footage, i.e. people who were there, which includes news organisations filming it, we've not seen anything which suggested it, coordinated it or anything else. The one final thing I'll say, if I may, very quickly, is what we do see, and we have entire teams within our trust and safety team who are looking for risks off platform, looking at kind of encrypted messenger groups, dark web, those kind of places, to try and find things before they happen. One of the things we do consistently see, and we speak quite a lot to government and others about, is a lot of the coordination. We certainly saw this during the school wars issue. Coordination is usually happening on those kind of encrypted services away from our platform, with then people kind of encouraging everything to post stuff onto platforms like TikTok. So yes, we can knock things down. We do think there's a better way of working within government, within police, with some of those other platforms to make sure that there is greater visibility, greater understanding of where those risks may arise, so that we can move quickly to stand up things before they appear, rather than having to deal with them kind of slightly afterwards, although immediately very quickly.
What I guess the question is, and I suppose there's a question for Meta as well, sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you, thank you so much for being here. I guess the question is, though, who is responsible for content on your platforms? Because ultimately, I appreciate they're user-to-user generated, but ultimately, even if it is participation videos of showing that and helping to stoke and encourage others to join in, or to seed fear, or to seed people feeling unsafe, what responsibility do you have as platform providers for that content? Because as we've said about from your own analysis, you have a real world impact on what you do, both good and bad. You can take the good, but you've also got to acknowledge the bad as well.
I'll come to call you in a minute, but I think I'll say two things. First of all, as I say, I think our primary responsibility is to remove things and be looking for things to remove. That's why we set very clear community guidelines. That's why we spent $2 billion last year on trust and safety teams to continuously identify new trends, bad actors, the evolving nature of different harms, to take them down. I think that's our primary responsibility. And indeed, under the Online Safety Act, we work very closely with Ofcom on how we both test those responsibilities and how we're measuring up and what our practices and processes are. I do want to, again, on the Clapham issue, be really, really clear. Anything which is stoking violence, perpetuating violence, endorsing violence is against our community guidelines and comes down. I think where the balance does lie, and it is a challenging balance, I think it's an interesting part of the debate, is, if we have news footage on the platform of something happening, we think it's probably right that should be available, put on the platform. If that is bystander footage which is filmed by someone else, is it fundamentally different if that bystander footage is under kind of a BBC or Sky News label versus a individual creator label and someone who individually who's posted it? I think that generally is a challenge for us. We take a high bar. So as I said, on things like the school wars, we actively set a very high bar for what we would and wouldn't accept. But it does, when it's literally people filming something that's happening in the street, become challenging.
What point do you think you're desperately unlucky on TikTok? Because it just seems that whenever there is a kind of a large-scale issue with something happening, Clapham is a separate issue, but when it comes to schools, we've had the red versus blue team, we had in America the Skullbreaker craze. I remember when one of my youngest son was at school a couple of years ago, there was this point where children were strangling each other to the point of passing out, and that was all. This was all put at the door of TikTok. Why is everyone putting it at the door of TikTok? Are you desperately unlucky, or what are you doing to make people think that you're responsible for these viral crazes?
So I think there's three things there that we're saying. So the first is, we are a very large platform with a lot of content on, and while we take a very, very proactive approach to taking things down and set kind of very, very strict community guidelines, in the UK, 99.9% of everything we removed in the last quarter was done proactively, i.e. we found it, not police, media, etc. There are always going to be bad actors who will evolve and attack kind of all platforms. So that's point one. There is a genuine thing about the nature of evolving harms, and that goes to my point about how we engage with some of those services where coordination of that happens. Secondly, and very candidly, in Presidio Safeguarding, who can run by former academics at Harvard, looked at this in quite detail on the kind of dangerous challenge trend issue a few years ago. An awful lot of this is very, very small amounts of content that are then perpetuated by people getting concerned about them. And actually, that grows the issue in terms of its salience. That's not the same as there being lots of content on the platform. So some of the challenges you mentioned, to be clear, have never trended on our platform, have never been at a level of kind of significant.
Why am I having this
reach
conversation with you and not with Rebecca?
What I would say is also candidly, with the newest platform, we know for a fact that people like writing about TikTok, people are interested in TikTok, including the media, and that does drive some of the way that coverage sits. Again, if I go back to something like the Clapham example, the communication originally from the police said Snapchat and TikTok. They sort of just assumed that it was TikTok, and actually when we asked them about it, they're like, well, we haven't found anything, we've just found it on Snapchat. There is a challenge there for us to educate and kind of work with people to kind of make sure that they're kind of understanding of both what isn't on the platform and what we're doing to resolve it, to work together.
How often do you find yourself talking to the police about incidents that are attributed to TikTok?
And we have a dedicated law enforcement team who spend a lot of time talking to them, not just about things which may happen, but also kind of planning for things which aren't there yet, looking at trends, again, looking at things on other platforms and trying to kind of prevent them from coming on.
These kind of viral things, how often would you guys find yourself in conversation with the police about this sort of thing?
I'd be wary of kind of giving a specific number, because I think these things ebb and flow. I'd obviously say that we speak to them about a whole range of things, and some of those are very small, like individual direct harm incidents, and actually those are kind of sometimes the things which are most important. There's kind of a range of ways that we would speak to them.
Rebecca, Instagram's absolutely huge, and it also has a young audience. Why do you think we're having this conversation with Giles and not with you?
So I think there might be a couple of reasons, although I wouldn't want to give the impression that I'm trying to tell you there's nothing harmful ever happens on Instagram, because that wouldn't be a genuine statement to me. Our Instagram is driven, it's a personalised service that we provide. So whereas you get less trends happening, if that makes sense. So what that means is people come to Instagram to follow their friends, their family, things they care about, their favourite football team, their favourite creators, whatever it might be. And what they then see on our platform is very much driven by that individual. So your Instagram feed is going to be very different to mine. And therefore it's driven less by what is trending and viral at the time, and more about what you want to see.
So TikTok is a platform, as far as you observe, curated specifically to create that virality.
I can't speak to TikTok. Giles would have to give you a better idea of how that works, but I think that might be why there are definitely differences in what we see sometimes between the two platforms.
Thank you. Giles, do you have any thoughts on that?
So again, I think you're right that TikTok does drive kind of big popular trends. It's worth saying, just for clarity, that the vast majority of the content that we see trending on the platform is overwhelmingly positive, and we're talking about very, very small incidents. Again, if I think of something like the red versus blue issue, when we were first alerted to it by police, there were fewer than 50 videos on the platform in any way related to it. Again, after reporting of it, that increased by about 19,000% in terms of the searches for it. So people were actively looking for it.
But it wouldn't have happened the same way if it had been on Instagram.
Again, I'd let Instagram kind of answer for exactly how things would appear on their platform. But again, we did see, and we do regularly see these issues across all platforms. I don't think it's just a TikTok issue.
I'm going to go to
Just
Vicky
you were
first.
at pains to talk about the
Wait. Everybody, hold on. I want to go to Vicky first, then I'll come back to Damien. Thank you.
Giles, it's
Sorry,
great to
been waiting for
hear
ages.
that it's your primary responsibility to ensure that you remove things and that you have teams looking for risks. And in terms of red versus blue, when did you first identify the problem, and then when did you ensure that it was properly excluded from the platform?
I don't have the timeline directly in front of me. I'm happy to come back. It's worth saying, I think I'm right in saying we initially identified it around the same time the police initially came to us. And then we moved to obviously ban the initial accounts. We then took, as you'd expect, we set up a team to deal with the issue, an escalation team. As media coverage kind of increased the amount of visibility of that issue, we scaled the interventions we take. So as people start to search for it, then we take action to remove those search terms.
As the MP for Lewisham North, this was also a very big issue in my constituency. This was raised with me on the Thursday. Our schools were writing out to parents, and we had police at all of the schools monitoring it. I do not believe that all content was taken down until the following Wednesday or Thursday. So I think it would be really useful to have the actual timelines for when you went and actually barred the red versus blue war stuff on your platform, because this was incredibly terrifying for young people and families in my constituency.
Happy to kind of come back with a timeline. Again, we acted the moment we heard from the police and kind of engaged with them about the type of content.
I mean, you might have acted on the initial post, but you didn't act on all of the additional posts. I think that you've already alluded to that when you've been given evidence.
So we act immediately on anything we find. You know, there are, but again, happy to write to you with a kind of a detailed timeline of exactly what we took in mind.
I think there was definitely the commentary on it was left on your platform for quite some time. So the initial posts were taken down, but the thing that you said creates the hype, people talking about the thing, that stuff was left up for quite some time. I just wanted to pick up on one thing very quickly. You talked about the accounts that posted this. Is the issue here around account verification and making sure that there aren't bad actors basically hijacking your platform to create social unrest for no good reason other than creating mischief?
No, I don't think that's quite right. I think we take a range of measures to try and stop bad actors appearing on the platform and getting onto the platform. Already there's a whole range of things we do. I'm not going to talk about the methods and practices kind of in public for fairly obvious reasons. I think what we do though is kind of spend an awful lot of time within our trust and safety team identifying content, because it can, coming from anyone, and enforcing our rules very vigorously against them. I think that's the most appropriate way to deal with this, to deal with these kind of issues.
Thank you. Damien?
There was a question that came up about why does it seem to be so often you in the frame? You were at pains to stress right at the start of this session that you have a different algorithm, that it's not the classic Facebook as was Sociograph. You can be somebody who instantly is all over the internet in a way that you can't, even on other social media platforms, and God knows they have problems enough of their own. Isn't that true?
I think the different ways the algorithms may work means that we have different ways of protecting our users and different approaches and different priorities, which is absolutely correct, and you expect that to be right. I think that changes the way we deal with these things. I don't necessarily think it changes the kind of desired outcomes, or indeed what we see. And it is worth saying again that on all of these issues, the coordination of this activity has not happened on our platform, was not happening on our platform, and the endorsement of any form of violence is the thing we take most seriously and remove from the platform incredibly quickly. There is a challenge, I think, when it comes to things like people warning others, kind of what we wouldn't usually call counter speech, about how you deal with that and whether that perpetuates fear or not. I think there's a genuine debate there and interesting views on it. But I think the way we approach it is different rather than kind of what we're seeking as an outcome.
No, indeed. Although, and I'm going to ask Rebecca a similar question in a moment. In the wake of something like Red v Blue, do you and have you in this specific case done an analysis to see if anybody made money out of Red v Blue for the Creators Fund, for example?
So we do look at kind of monetization as one of those escalation things that when we're standing up teams to make sure that no one can monetize off that. Obviously, you wouldn't want to see it. It is worth saying that with our Creator Fund, it works slightly differently to, I think, some other platforms. To be in the Creator Fund, you have to be abiding by the community guidelines anyway, so it becomes a very quick decision.
But you are not immune to charity scams, for example, with people who presumably are making money through the Creator Fund. Unmute this video, play it for 30 seconds. These are all ways to make money out of your platform.
So within the Creator Fund, that wouldn't be the case, because again, we have a very narrow and high bar criteria for that, for those exact reasons.
You're saying you do not have charity scams, for example, on your platform? I'm
saying that the monetization through our, what's called a Creator Reward Program, i.e. those individuals who get money because of the content that they post, the way we set up those requirements means they have to be posting a certain amount of videos, etc., but they also have kind of specific rules on being users in good standing. So we try and isolate them. We don't have, as some other platforms do, kind of pre-roll advertising before videos, which allows that revenue share.
Can you just really quickly, can you just talk us through the criteria or the triggers for getting payouts from a video on the Creator Fund? Things like unmute, duration, time, and so on? Just very quickly, what's the summary?
So I haven't got the full list in front of me. I can happily get it for you, but effectively it is you need a certain number of followers and be getting a certain number of videos.
That's to sign up. That wasn't my question. My question was, if you're in the programme, what are the triggers for being paid out on video watches?
So the way it works is basically on the number of watches you have, you will get a certain amount of money. The important thing is...
I guess my question is, all right, let's move further. What counts as a watch? I do feel like these are leading questions. I realise that.
No.
Not so you can scroll past a video, you can dwell on it for 2 seconds, you could watch it for 5 seconds, you could unmute it, you could watch it for 20 seconds, and these do not all have the same effect on how much money you get, do they?
So we describe a watch. I'd have to double check exactly what the kind of duration length is. I know it's not the full watch, but it is a period of it. Again, to be clear, because of the way we set up the criteria for that rewards program, if that content would be breaching our community guidelines, or if any of your content was breaching community guidelines, you're instantly no longer eligible for that rewards program. So again, that's one of the ways we can drive good behaviour within the rewards program, because the risk of losing your ability to monetize is quite significant.
And Rebecca, finally for me, how do you analyse after there's been one of these crazes or challenge viral things? How do you analyse if money has been made and by whom?
It can be, yes. Sometimes that's true. So we have seen, there was an example recently of accounts on Instagram who were filming women in the street. Some of you might remember that illicit filming and then posting that and trying to monetize that content. So clearly when we became aware of that, those accounts were removed, and we did look into where, if they had been able to use, I don't remember what they had, but if we would look to see if anyone, we apply stricter criteria if you're trying to monetize from our platform, and obviously if we find you in breach of any of our rules, your account and your ability to use that is removed.
Thanks, Cam.
Charles, you told my honourable friend the TikTok algorithm protects users, but surely driving virality as it does, it's not popular because it protects users, it's popular because it exposes them. Is that not right?
No, so one of the ways that the variety works, and with our trust safety team, it's worth maybe kind of exploring this, is when any content is uploaded to our platform, it is reviewed by our trust and safety teams against our community guidelines, and will remove things. As posts grow more viral on the platform, as they grow, as more people want to look at them, because of that kind of process that happens, they will then go up to 2 further rounds of moderation. The idea being that things which are most seen on the platform have been through significantly more checks, including human checks, etc., to make sure that they're abiding by our community guidelines. So that growth and the way that the algorithm kind of slowly grows kind of content and kind of to make sure that the highest quality stuff comes to the top means that there is that additional ability to check and make sure that the kind of content we want to see succeeding on the platform, whether that's small businesses, individual creators, etc., is the stuff which is getting most traction.
Like the Skull Crusher Challenge?
Well, again, as I said previously, these things have not been viral on our platform. That's not to say there's never been content, and I think there's a big difference.
There's another one where children were eating detergent tablets.
Again, the question of virality and how popular these videos are is very different, I think, from some of the way that they've been talked about. I think that's the kind of key difference here. We obviously want to act to take things down regardless if they breach our community guidelines, but we are very adamant that a lot of these challenges that people talked about have never been viral on our platform.
Can I just round up my initial question, please, Chair? If I can take you both back to 1967, after creating that environment where the children had ultimately ended up attacking each other, that teacher, Jane Elliott, she then stepped back in, explained the experiment and regulated the scenario. Do you think she was right to do so?
I don't know enough about the experiment to know, to be honest, but...
You're not sure that it was right that the teacher, having created that environment, then did her job and protected those children by settling it down?
I just don't know about the experiment enough. I assume so, but I wouldn't...
Rebecca?
Again, I couldn't speak to that experiment, but I think what you're driving at is we have created an environment that has, we have 13 the age limit for Instagram is 13. We have created a different space for everyone 13 to 18, which is teen accounts, where they are defaulted into a much more restricted experience. So I think what you're driving at is, if you create a space for teens, you should have responsibility to engage and make sure that's as safe as possible. Then my answer would be yes.
Regulate that area, yeah. Giles, would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
If she had not done so, who else ought to have stepped in to ensure that that environment was regulated?
I mean, that's what Ofcom is trying to do now about user-to-user services in the UK, who are giving their services, providing them to over 13.
Giles?
Yeah, I think, obviously, as Rebecca says, Ofcom as the regulator is a kind of key element here in terms of kind of the modern context. I also think that we speak a lot to parents and others about these kind of issues and things that people see on our platform. One of the things we try and design our safety tools to do is also to encourage that conversation between parents and teens, because we also know that a lot of parents kind of want to understand what they can be saying to give their teens the best information about being safe online as well. So I think it's a whole society approach ultimately.
Thanks, Giles. Rebecca?
Good, thank you very much. Let's move on to Liz, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to focus on parental controls, and if I can start off by asking you both what controls your platforms have to control how parents can control how their teenagers use the platforms.
Yeah, you go first.
So as I just mentioned, in 2024 we began rolling out teen accounts that defaults all users between 13 and 18 into a much more restricted experience. It responds to what we hear globally from parents are their main concerns, which is around who can contact my child, what content are they seeing, and then screen time. And I'm happy to go into the list, but to your specific question about parental controls, it has built-in link to the parents and parental supervision, so they can, for example, entirely tailor it to their teen. So amount of time, they get notifications about who's contacting your teen. We will notify you if your teen is looking for something that, like suicide and self-harm, for example, it might be. You can see who's contacting them. You can also reset their algorithm if perhaps your child may have begun looking at something that you don't want them to look at and you think you want to. So there's a full suite of controls there for parents. But like I said, I think in the big debate that everyone is having currently about well-being online, we are very keen to make it as easy as possible for parents. So rather than those features being off and the parents have to go, it's all on by default, and then they have the ability to tailor it.
So on TikTok, there are about 50 different settings for teens to kind of enable them to kind of change the way that the experience works on the platform, and most of those are built into the family pairing tools as well. It's worth saying that we do make some very specific choices about areas where we think are potentially the most harmful, that we don't kind of allow that to be the parental choice. So for example, direct messages, which we do see as a potential kind of serious risk of that kind of peer-to-peer harm, are turned off for under 16s. They're not allowed access at all to direct messages. Then we've also done some interventions on screen time, such as kind of a 1 hour kind of default cap, which is there so that after an hour of scrolling, people get a message saying you should come off. And also 10 p.m. kind of a curfew session, so that again it will tell you and guide people through a meditation to kind of bring them off the platform. I think one of the other interesting things we've done with family pairing is enable parents not just to set the times when the amount of time that a team may be using the platform, but say there are specific times where they should not be allowed to use it at all. So that might be during the school day, turn it off from 9 till 3, for example, and also allow them to set the session time. So you can say, look, you can have 40 minutes of screen time a day, but we don't want you spending more than 10 minutes in an individual period on the app. And again, that allows people to kind of make very tailored decisions for their teens.
Thank you. Giles, unsealed documents from the court case in Massachusetts suggest that TikTok knows adoption of these tools is remarkably low. Can you confirm exactly what percentage of minor accounts on TikTok in the UK are actually linked to a parent through family pairing, or how many parents are engaging with parental controls?
So it's worth saying when it comes to court documents, obviously, to suspect, again, I'm not going to be able to go into the discussions there. What I would say is when we speak to parents, we spend a lot of time making sure that parents are aware of the tools that exist on our platform. So, for example, for any user over the age of 35, we send a prompt notification which says, hey, if you have children, there are these family pairing tools available. We also know from speaking to parents directly, and we have...
Did you say under the age of 35?
Sorry, over the age of 35. So people more likely to be parents, basically. We also...
Not a bit high.
Pardon?
35 not a bit high.
Sign of the times.
You could go lower, yes, but I think that'll probably be a wider demographic question than one I'm prepared to answer. The other thing we do know from speaking to parents directly, though, is that an awful lot of them will not use our family pairing tools because they're using different tools, so handset level tools, app store level tools as well, and so you have to kind of... and we don't...
Or they don't understand them.
Well, and the other thing that, again, from a conversation we've had directly with parents and data we've seen, they do understand them, they view them as easy to use, but a lot of them prioritise having the conversation directly with their teens over setting particular screen time caps. And again, I think our responsibility in this is to make sure that our parental controls are the best in class, and we've been at the forefront of innovating on things like session times, on things like being able to see block lists, all that kind of stuff. We think that's the right thing to do, and making the best available solutions to people, but ultimately it's going to be for parents to make the choices which are particularly right for them.
But you can't actually give any numbers on how many parents...
I don't have them available to me, I'm afraid.
Okay. Why did your own internal documents admit that these features only exist behind a somewhat hidden series of menus? And why did TikTok choose to help to hide these safety entry points rather than making them prominent to ensure parents could actually find them?
Well, again, I think when it comes to documents like that, and I don't want to go into the kind of details of court cases, but we have constant conversations about how
this is publicly available.
How we can, conversations about how we can make things more prominent, more used, are exactly the kind of conversations you'd expect us to be having and want us to be having. Again, things like the notification we send to users over the age of 35, things like the work we do directly with both parents and with teens through things like our Youth Advisory Council to understand how they use the app, where they see these tools being best placed, the direct consequences of some of those conversations.
What's the take-up of your parental contract? Do you know what percentage of children under the age of 16, for example, are their parental controls engaged on their account?
I don't have that available to me, and again, I know that I don't know.
Giles, you're here to talk to us about children, TV, and video content, and you don't know a statistic like how many kids have a parental control.
I'm happy to kind of come back to the committee. What I'm saying is that we know for a fact that an awful lot of the people who don't use them are using different tools as well. So it's kind of...
How do you know that for a fact?
Because we've researched that directly with parents.
And you should have the figure, shouldn't you?
Parents think
I don't have that specific number.
Can I ask Rebecca the same question? Do you have that figure?
So I know that of teenagers, so we defaulted everyone in, and then in surveys we've carried out, 97% of parents have stayed in that experience, and they report to a similar kind of 94% said it's extremely helpful because, as I say, part of our intention was to default on. Can't tell you the percentage of people, but the survey work we've done with parents whose children were defaulted into that is very positive.
Sorry, let's go back to Liz. I do apologise.
Giles, can these tools be deactivated by the child themselves? No. And are they able to bypass restrictions by, for example, using a web browser?
No, so if their account is linked to their family parent account, they can't deactivate it.
Okay. Can I ask both of you how you proactively consult with parents in the UK to hear their concerns about teenagers using your platforms?
As I alluded to before, we have a number of ways of doing that. We have dedicated teams within our Trust and Safety organisation which will go out and speak directly to parents and directly to users. We also have things like our Youth Advisory Council, which is a global council, which is made up of teens but also engages with their parents to kind of get direct, kind of more detailed feedback. We also speak to a huge number of NGOs and we'll work directly with them to kind of, whether it's Internet Matters and others, to kind of utilise their expertise, utilise their experts, utilise their understanding of parents and feed that through as well.
Can I jump back in there, please? In at least one case...
Hold on, let's let Liz finish her line of questioning. Yeah, go on.
I was only going to very similar answer. So we work with NGOs, Parents Own, Internet Matters, others, but we also have a thing called a policy forum where we work with groups around the world, but we ask our users as well. We ask and engage with parents. Before we developed and rolled out teen accounts, we worked a lot directly asking users who are parents on our platforms what their concerns are and how we could best address them.
Are parental controls bad for business?
No, they're better for business because we want our platform to be as positive and engaging for people as possible. That's what brings us users. That's what keeps the advertisers who pay for it happy. It's entirely in line with our business incentives to have that be good. So the more parents feel happy and the better experience children are having, then that's in our interests as well.
What would you say, Giles?
Yeah, I entirely agree with that. And again, when we speak to, ultimately TikTok is intended to be an entertainment platform. We're very clear that you can't be entertained unless you're safe, and that means that feeling safe on the platform is part of enjoying and using it. And so, yeah, entirely agree.
Presumably you want parents to think that you're a responsible platform. Do you think that parents think you're a responsible platform?
I think, again, when we speak to both our users and their parents, I think there's a lot of positivity about these things. I think we are a young platform, there's education work to be done, absolutely.
And what would you say, Rebecca?
There's clearly concerns about young people online and what they might encounter and what they experience. I think that's going to be a conversation that's sadly never done, never finished. The threats changes, the technology changes. So, as I just said, we've had a very positive response to teen accounts and what we've done there, but I don't think that's mitigated entirely people's concerns, and nor should it. I think we all need to be alive to the risks and constantly trying to look to ways to ensure that we're doing our best in that space.
Very popular. I've got supplementaries now from Damien, then Cam, and then Natasha. Damien.
Thank you. Rebecca, you spoke earlier about the proportion of teenagers on Instagram whose parents were linked into their accounts.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the average number of Instagram accounts per Instagram user?
Well, so we want to ensure, we work hard to ensure that the person is an authentic account. So obviously we don't want people to have fake profiles, and because usually that is very directly correlated to harmful content. I don't have a number for whether people have...
Other people estimate it. You have no estimate.
I'm happy to... I just don't happen
to... Are you
to
familiar
know.
with... I think these are dated terms these days, but you are familiar, I take it, with the terms Finster and Rinster.
Finster and Grinster. No, maybe I'm not.
That's a fake Instagram account, realism. Are you honestly telling me those are not... I mean, they're old words now. Mm-hmm. You're honestly telling me those are not terms that you're familiar with?
It may be just that I'm not familiar with those terms, but if your question is an average of how many accounts a user might have, I'm happy to go and try and find that number. I don't happen to know that in front of me.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Natasha, thank you.
Just to kind of clarify, are your platforms safe for children aged 13 and above?
We spend over £2 billion a year trying to make sure that is absolutely the case. So yes, we want people to have an entertaining experience. That is in our interest, it's in our users' interests, it's also in advertisers' interests. Yeah.
I don't think we would ever get to that point. We work hard to make it as safe as possible. But as I said, we absolutely recognise that there are evolving risks, existing risks. I don't think it's a piece of work that's ever going to be done. And I think that's the way in which we approach it. So I think a claim that it's safe would give a false sense of confidence to perhaps parents and other people using the platform. We should all be vigilant about risks.
So at least for Instagram and for Meta, platforms aren't safe for children aged 13 and above, and opposed to TikTok, we're trying to make it safe for children 13 and above.
I think that's absolutely our ambition. As Rebecca says, we know when we kind of engage on bad actor issues that bad actors evolve their mechanisms, and it's incumbent on us to keep up with those changing ways that danger may appear. I think that's not just a question for us as a platform. As I say, a lot of the coordination which happens elsewhere online I think is a really important part of this, and that's one of the things we've been speaking to people about, to try and make sure that this important part of society is safe in the same way as I think for the wider society. There are lots of risks, and we're all working collectively to make sure that we are.
I think this is slightly different to say, I don't know, walking across the street and perhaps somebody speeding and it's bad, because in other areas of media where we had Sky in earlier today and we had Paramount in, as a parent, and you're making decisions about where your children consume media, you are able to control much, by default, what they see and how they consume that media, whereas yours is more sort of Wild West. Perhaps we can put in some parental controls. So I don't think it's a sort of just an accepted thing that we're trying to make it safe. I think the question should be, how do we make it safe and just make it safe? Both companies have been involved in this lawsuit in America. I think TikTok sort of settled, and Meta have been found guilty of creating a platform that is intentionally addictive. What are your initial thoughts on that? I appreciate that Meta might be pushing back on the ruling, but TikTok obviously settled. Well, how are you going to make your platforms not intentionally addictive?
We don't agree with that finding, and we're in an ongoing legal process, so I'm afraid I'm very restricted in what I can talk about. I'm happy to talk about what we do on the platform, as I said, to try and keep users between 13 and 18 and everyone as safe as possible, and that's what we're focused on doing. And that if you look at what we have done over the years, a long investment, obviously Facebook in particular is more than 20 years old. It's had rules around content and safety features and parental controls and all this kind of thing that has evolved for a long time. We have 40,000 people working in safety and security. We spend multiple billions of dollars every year. I can never sit here and say it's all fine and everything's perfect. Sadly, this is an adversarial space that changes all the time. But I would encourage you to look at what we have done and the evidence of how it's working, but I can't go specifically into that.
The question is that given everything you have done, and as you acknowledge it's still not safe, why are people still trying to sue you?
I can't talk about the lawsuits.
Not that one, but the other ones, the other people that are coming forward with other evidence. Why, if you're doing all of this and it's supposed to be making an impact, why are people still trying to sue Meta for having addictive platforms?
Can't speak for why people bring forward lawsuits against us.
Let's talk about your staff, though. So in The Observer, there was a report that staff at Meta called Instagram a drug. What do you think that what were they referring to?
Those are leaked documents, mostly from quite some years ago. They don't really reflect the reality of our platforms as they are now. So I can't tell you what they were referring to. What I would just encourage you to do, as I've just been saying, is to look at what we have done and how effective that is on the platform. I think we've made great strides, and as I said, the comments and reflections we get back from parents support that. This is obviously a piece of work that's going to be done.
So why do you think that, so tomorrow in Parliament we're going to be voting on whether to ban social media for under 16s. Why do you think, if everything's going in the right direction, why would we be in a position that we have to consider that vote?
We don't think a ban is the right way forward. We don't think it's going to be effective, and we think there's a very strong chance that it's going to risk promising parents something that can't be delivered. And the same warnings that were given in Australia, I think we can see that there's having quite a bit of difficulty over there for the same reasons everybody said. I understand a lot of it's being driven by people's genuine concerns about children growing up online and what the right space is and what the age-appropriate experiences are. I understand why the conversation is happening, and I think there's better ways, and I'm glad to see that the government is consulting on actually thinking through more like features and functions and where children spend their time and what the evidence of the risks, rather than reaching for a ban, which we don't think is the right approach.
When you say in Australia it can't be delivered, why do you say that?
So some of the challenges around delivering it is around the technical limitations on age assurance. So no one is going to claim that age assurance is a perfect science. It's not. We have a whole range of ways we try and accurately identify how old people are. And we're part of lots of partnerships to try and lead the way on technology that can make that easier. One of the difficulties about age assurance at the moment is that apps are currently asked to do it app by app. The average teen has about 40 apps on their phone. We don't think that's helpful for parents. We think there's a much better App Store level age solution, which would be like one gateway that you would be able to verify someone's age, that would then benefit all of us as apps. Not to say that we would then stop doing what we do, but it would be a missing piece of the jigsaw. Mm-hmm. So it's part of the limitations around age is one of the things that makes a ban like that quite difficult to deliver.
I mean, in the some of the findings for Australia, which has, as you know, had the ban for under 16s is that over half the children who previously had TikTok or YouTube and Instagram accounts are still able to access their accounts on these platforms. Why do you think that it's your account and your accounts that particularly struggle to implement?
I'm not sure it's us. That I think that's universal across all of this applies to all companies that are in scope. I think there's several reasons. We've seen, for example, like marketplaces spring up in Australia for people selling their ID to lend you ID if you're trying to get back online. We've also seen what they call logged out browsing, so they no longer have an account but they search for an Instagram video and then can view it. And one of the things that's most disadvantageous about that is all of the protections I was just talking about. You're now no longer in any of those protections. They're accessing it through a different way without an account.
Are they accessing it?
So if you just don't have an account, you search for a particular creator, you can going in through Google search and watch videos without being in what we call a logged out experience. You're not logged into our service.
Is this a problem with Google?
That's for Google, I'm afraid, but it is one of the ways that they can circumvent the ban that we're seeing spring up in Australia.
Isn't that... Because obviously TikTok's successful, so I guess maybe there was a bit of a slight... I don't know if there is an admission that TikTok has an addictive algorithm, but isn't the behaviour that we're talking about young people trying to get around this, is it kind of demonstrating addiction, is it not? Is it not kind of proving the point that your services aren't particularly good for children's well-being if they're trying to get around it?
What we've seen is a lot of teenagers, and I think you're probably aware that a lot of younger people are also bringing action against the ban in Australia because it has removed them, particularly more marginalised teens. They had LGBT plus communities, they were from diasporas of different people from living in Australia contacting each other. I think a lot of it is driven by the fact they feel like they've lost their communities, they've lost their way, and because it's being implemented unevenly, unfortunately, and despite best efforts to comply, of course, with that, some of their friends are still on it and some of them aren't. And I think it's a reflection more that these platforms play an important role in young people's lives and young people's identities, and that if you just take it away, they're going to try and find a way back. I don't think we can automatically assume...
Is that the fault of the platforms? Is that the fault of the government, or is that the fault of parents?
Which bit is the
fact that the government have banned social media for under 16s, and yet you say, and statistics say that a big chunk of them are still accessing it in Australia. Whose fault is that? Parents, government, platforms?
These are the risks
Just
of
a one-word answer will be sufficient. We don't need, we've all got other things to do this afternoon.
These risks were flagged before and were not, as we've seen, 40 plus UK safety organisations wrote to the government flagging similar issues for why the UK shouldn't proceed with a ban. I think it's the Australian authorities will have to speak for why they moved ahead.
What's your view? Government, parents, platforms, who's at fault?
I think it's unwise to pass law that ignores the technical limitations of what's deliverable for parents.
You're saying government?
I think it's I can't speak for how the Australians came to that decision, but that's my view.
Government's at fault. Okay, Annalise.
So as MPs, we all go into schools and colleges a lot, and this is a live topic that's up for discussion, and so quite often I'll be asked what I think about the ban on social media platforms for under 16s, and I ask those young people the question, and it's obviously anecdotal, it's my experience, but the majority of those young people do think that there should be more protections, and there is an issue with accessing social media. And I know that you said that yours was an entertainment platform, but I think they would include TikTok within that. Why do you think that the young people themselves are saying that, and saying that they feel like they've had bad experiences on there, and more and more their life is becoming something that online is a big part of it? Why would they be saying that themselves?
Well, if I may, on the ban specifically, because I think there's probably a slight difference in approach here. So we ultimately think the debate about whether there should be a 16-year-old level versus a 13-year-old level is one ultimately for policymakers, I think. As the government consultation, I think, fully recognises, there's a huge amount of complex and competing evidence in the end. There are direct competing interests. We definitely see that there are huge numbers of teens who derive real value, real community, whether that's LGBT kids, kids who are interested in science, who are then being exposed to kind of a huge range of kind of really exciting creators in that space, arts, music, culture. There is real value there, but there are absolutely then trade-offs and challenges there. So we ultimately do think it is a question for policymakers to look at the whole of the evidence base and make policy-based decisions.
Of course, there's young people that go on and create amazing content, and we should celebrate and champion those skills and the opportunities that might give them. But they're also saying that there's been things where they feel like they've had bad experience online. So what is your starting point? Because you're kind of talking like it's a bed of roses, and when you're talking about policymakers, it's their lives.
So again, I think where we see our role and responsibility in this, again, I think the ultimate choice about where you set the age is for policymakers to determine, not, I don't think, for platforms. What we spend our time doing and focus on is speaking to those teens about that trade-off that they see and the benefits they see in some of the areas where they want us to do a bit more, and then seeking to consistently be at the forefront of innovation in that space. So, for example, one of the things we have heard from teens is that, putting the phone down can be hard at the end of the day, which is why we introduced a 10 p.m. curfew, which kind of helps guide people off the platform and enables them to kind of then go.
Feel any sense of responsibility that these young people feel that they have a bad experience on your platform?
Well, again, I want to be clear, the vast majority of the people we speak to and teens we speak to have an overwhelmingly good experience. But yeah, absolutely, and that's why we're constantly innovating in those kind of spaces, whether it's the hour-long cap, whether it's the 10 p.m. curfew. We think one of the benefits of the way the government's approaching this and the consultation is to look at some of that best practice and make decisions. There are other areas, and I've alluded to them before, where we have actively made choices that we just don't think these things can be safe for teens. So, for example, direct messages, again, we have turned off for under 16s specifically because we do see the kind of direct harm vectors there.
Is there ever if you're talking about the things you've actively taken off, so direct messaging, what about infinite scrolling? Can you just stop doing that? Would that be helpful?
So again, I think it depends how there's a lot of complexity, and I think the consultation talks about this, about how you define some of those terms. Because again, we have, after 30 minutes, a prompt which will say, hey, just stop watching. I think that's different.
It's a very long time to be sat.
True, but that's why we give people the ability to kind of set individual session times as well, because people will make individual choices. I think what we see is the value of the way that our platform works is that discovery and window into things that you may be interested in. So, we will regularly see and speak to teens who are like, look, I'm vaguely interested in science and maths, and actually because of that I've stumbled across a creator like Big Manny who does kind of direct teaching of science content, does science experiments in a very accessible way to teens, and are really engaged in that. And what we then see, and you I think alluded to it previously, is that people will then take action off the platform as well. So they'll go, I've had a bit of exposure to this kind of short form content about education, I'm now going to go and find a course, find a way to kind of engage with that longer term as well. So I think there's a benefit of that discovery mechanism.
That's the point, isn't it? And I think this is about content, young people's content, and where they find it and where they're migrating to consume it. And we all can accept there are benefits to that, and the groups can form. But we're talking about how we keep them safe and prevent the harms, and sort of the retrospective, like designing out eventually. And I couldn't really get to the point of with your parental controls. Are they default, or do the parents have to opt into them?
Well, so you have to link an account, obviously, because we don't necessarily know who someone's parent is by just dint of being on the platform.
Could that not be as part? I mean, who am I to tell you how to do anything in your business? But it's surely part of the negotiation with a teenager to have an account could be you need to have this linked to a parent. Whether they be 35 might be a bit too high, but surely there are things you can do to ensure that it isn't, basically like sticking seatbelts in your car after you've bought it. It's actually designing it in the first place. Why would you not do that just by default?
Yeah, and again, this is, I think, one of the benefits of the consultation, because it's looking at some of these things in the round. There are, with the idea of default requirement for a parental control, There is, as alluded to, plenty of parents who go, actually, that's not how I want to parent my child and want to be able to make that choice. There are also, edge cases. If you're, a young LGBT kid from a devoutly religious family, there may be challenges with that as well. So, we do have to think about these things in kind of the quantum. I think that's what the consultation is driving at. And I think our responsibility within that consultation is to share some of that best practice we see and kind of ultimately allow policymakers to make choices about where you draw those lines, because there's always going to be, benefits and downsides to kind of any choice in this space.
You're outsourcing that to us to decide where we're going to draw that line for you. Will you be able to then produce the data that we need to make those decisions in the best possible?
I think ultimately, I think it's quite right that government and Parliament has kind of decision-making power over the way platforms work. That's what the Online Safety Act was there to create on the content side when it comes to some of these issues. I think that's why we're genuinely open to the conversation and for policymakers to make their choices. Absolutely, we'll engage with that, and we've obviously speak directly to Ofcom and have done since we first existed about some of that data and allow them to kind of provide the best possible evidence.
Right, we need to make a bit of progress now because otherwise we're never going to get out of this room. Thank you, everybody. I need to move on now. I would like to conclude today by 1:15 at the latest. So if we can move on, and let's go to Vicky, please.
So it's quite timely, the discussion in terms of social media and the challenges with being able to ensure that young people under 16 are banned from it, and it just kind of really links into what you're doing in terms of under 13s to make sure that they're not on social media, as both your platform says they shouldn't be, and how many do you think are getting through who shouldn't be getting through? Either of you.
So I can start by saying, obviously, as we talked about, yes, under 13s are not allowed on the platform. That is not the experience. It is not designed as an experience for under 13s. And I think we're still among the only platforms that publish transparently every quarter how many under 13 accounts we remove. We spend a lot of time thinking about new ways to directly identify.
Do you remove?
I've got it somewhere. I think I'm right in saying, bear with me. I'll find it for you in 2 moments.
And have the numbers been increasing in terms of removals?
So forgive me. So globally, we removed in the last quarter 13.7 million attempts by under 13s to get access to our platform. That's at 7.8% of all the removals for all kinds of reasons that we do on the platform. I couldn't give you a definitive answer on whether that's gone slightly up or down. I think it's broadly remained static off the top of my head in terms of the number, but obviously
that number as a percentage of the number of users.
I don't think I'd be able to work that up on the fly, but I mean we can certainly look.
You can send that to me.
Yeah, broadly speaking, certainly from the UK side, it could as well. Yeah.
I was just to help you out here. Internet Matters says that 32% of children aged 9 to 12 use TikTok. Is that a number that you recognise?
I don't think it's a number I'd recognise. And again, our view on this is we are transparently removing every under 13 account that we find. We don't want any on the platform.
Well, so if you had to, sorry, Vicky, I do apologise for interrupting you. I'm just trying to get a handle on this number. Internet Matters say 32% of children aged 9 to 12 use TikTok. What would you put that percentage as?
Again, because we are seeking to remove every single account we find, there's not accounts that we know of who are under 13 that are on the platform, because when we find them, we remove them.
You say there are no accounts under 13?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that when we find them, we remove them. When you find them,
you get rid of them, so, but there can't be that many.
I wouldn't want to hazard a guess. Again, we are constantly looking at ways through age assurance and other mechanisms to improve those numbers. It's also worth saying that I think some of that data gets a little bit messy because we know, for example, of under 13s who will engage with their parents and watch TikTok on their parents' account with their parent there, which is a slightly different thing, but may turn up in external data as use the platform as well.
Okay, interesting. Let's go back.
What are you doing to make sure that under 13s aren't using it?
So we have a range of mechanisms. I won't go into the detail of them for fairly obvious reasons that we don't want people to try and get around them, if you'll forgive me. But every account which goes onto the platform, we will check against a range of mechanisms to be able to identify. And then as people engage in content, look at content, if they post, then all those things will kind of factor into making that assessment. It is also worth saying that we start from a basis of, before we're sure, we'll put people into an age-appropriate experience anyway, regardless of known age.
So I understand why you say about not necessarily saying the range of mechanisms for people to get around it, but would you give that in private to share with the committee? Is that something we're allowed to ask for?
I think there's certainly some of it we could do. It's a very long list of things we do, and some of those will be kind of IP technology, but I'm happy to go away and ask on what we can provide.
Fantastic. Rebecca.
Yeah, so probably this all comes down to age assurance. I think I've said it already, no matter what way forward any of us think is the best way on online safety, if we can't better improve the accuracy of finding out how old people are, it's difficult to make it work. We have done a few things, and I think one of the things we think about with age assurance is there's no one foolproof way, so you need a sort of toolkit. So we are using quite a lot of AI detection, so it will look at an account, it will be able to observe things about what's happening. So if someone's put in an age saying they're an adult, it's getting quite good, not fully there yet at going, well actually no, all of their friends, there seems to be a birthday there that doesn't look right, gives us signal. We do a couple of things with Yoti as well about facial estimation. So if we think if we have clear signal you're under 13, obviously that account is found and removed immediately. If there's a kind of bit of uncertainty, you can do facial estimation through Yoti, so you have a kind of video selfie and their technology can say, yes, we think that person is or not. They also do document verification, so asking for formal ID for people. We take a proportionate approach to that because there's some sort of data questions about us having, this is why we do it through a third party, but also the Electoral Commission estimates 3 million people in the UK don't have any formal verification. And the last one, which probably I think the one that's most exciting, is we're a founder of a new non-profit that is called the Open Age Initiative. And what that's trying to do, and it goes a little bit to the App Store comment I made earlier, is it's looking at ways that you might be able to verify your age officially on your device, and that gives you a way of then, no matter what you do from that point, what apps you're downloading and so on, because that's got to be easier. I mean, we hear loud and clear from parents as they move around dozens of apps and we all work in different ways that it's very complicated. So I think that's got quite a lot of promise to be part of how we're trying to not only accurately identify people who are legitimately using our platform, but obviously trying to keep 13-year-olds off it.
We need to keep answers nice and short and pithy now because we haven't got much time, and otherwise we'll be here all day. Let's move to Natasha now, please. Question 8.
So I'm going to go back to the social media conversation, so we don't really, because we've already talked about this a bit. So there is, again, the other side of this coin is around the benefits of social media and the benefits of content on social media. You talked about educational things. I think we're thinking really around things like PSB, so public service broadcasters, given that it's content that we've all paid for as the public. How do we, what kind of things would you consider, or have you considered, around prioritising that content over other content? Is that something that your platforms would consider doing?
I'm happy to start. So I think, if we think about, particularly someone like the BBC, I think we see ourselves, as described before, as a discovery platform. We're doing something fundamentally quite different, I think, from what the PSBs are generally doing in their traditional content in terms of it being vertical video, kind of short form content. What we see incredible value with is the partnership that we have with the likes of the BBC to do basically two things. First of all, act as a signpost and a window for the things that they're doing. So, for example, we developed a tool called Spotlight. Spotlight is a way of, when there are big water cooler moments on BBC, so for example, we launched this with Celebrity Traitors. We know that a lot of people on the platform will make content, we're really excited about Celebrity Traitors. We've enabled the BBC to then be able to go and tag that content, which will then provide a direct link to the iPlayer, to watch the show. We see that hitting millions and millions of video views and driving, I think the data suggests that over 50% of the people then going to that, using that to go to go to the iPlayer are under 25.
Does the BBC more money to use, or was
No, so these are tools that we develop for them. And I think Fiona Campbell, who's the Commissioner for Youth Audiences, said that it's the future of television, right? Is that relationship. I think the other thing which is really important to talk about is that we also see ourselves as a pipeline for the talent that comes to some of these organisations, things which traditionally would have been very excluded from an awful lot of people. So if I think of someone like Sheeny, who's one of the new Blue Peter presenters, she started on TikTok, she grew her account on TikTok, she learnt the skills of presenting on the platform, and because of her kind of profile on the platform was then able to be spotted, talent scouted and move through. And I think we see a number of examples of that. There's another called Henry Rowley, who is a comedian. We actually took him to Edinburgh Festival, so he was a big presence on the platform, but had never done comedy in public. So we took him and a number of other creators to the Edinburgh Festival. They did their first ever stand-up shows, and because of that he's directly translated. He's now in the, I think, Paramount's Robin Hood. So we see also part of responsibility is that pipeline as well.
But I wonder, there's a lot of talk, especially around children's content.
Yeah.
So when we talk about children, we're talking about 13-year-olds for your platform, especially when it comes to things like YouTube. We're having a framework of what we consider high quality content. A lot of the things we've picked up in this inquiry is very short, snappy things that are not helping our children's brains develop very well. Is there any scope within both of your platforms or your own community guidelines or the frameworks that you can put in place to sort of promote, whether it be a PSB or a user themselves, creating content that is of high quality, i.e. good for well-being, good for development, good for education? Is there a way of promoting that above everything else? Or would you consider doing that?
Yeah, sure. So that is what our recommender system is designed to do. It's designed to reward high quality original content from authentic sources. As I've said at the very beginning, it's also a personalized experience. So once we've found and removed all the content that is harmful and violates our rules, the whole system is designed to do exactly what you want. And we're really pleased that most of the UK, in fact all of the UK PSBs, have enormous presence on Instagram and Facebook, obviously, which we provide for free and which drives huge traffic and engagement to their content. So that our system is designed that way already.
Yeah, I'd say two things very quickly. So first of all, again, we spend a lot of time speaking to the traditional kind of content makers about the tools which we can create to help them get that shop window. So things like Spotlight are part of that discussion. I think that's real value for us. I think the other thing is the reason users come to TikTok is because it is a user-to-user service, because of user-generated content, and there are often things which kind of boil up through that, which may not be the kind of things which would be assumed by traditional commissioners to get through. So if I think, for example, of classical music has exploded on TikTok over the last couple of years, and we saw that trend happening, and because of that we were able to go out to the South Bank University and we launched a program called Crescendo, which is there to help 10 young female classical musicians kind of begin and kind of solidify their careers in the classical music industry. I would worry on just due to kind of the traditional content, you would lose some of that user-generated value.
Broadened that out to mean content creators other content creators that were making high quality content.
Yes.
So you were talking about your sorry what the comedian is saying, but if you've got content creators on your platform that you deem to be making high quality content, as Instagram does, are you in the future, are you promoting them above other stuff that perhaps isn't as high quality or isn't helping our children's well-being and development?
I think, again, two things. So first of all, the Creator Rewards program is entirely designed to kind of support those creators to produce more, continue to produce. Actually, because of the meritocracy element of the platform, that stuff is what's rising to the top anyway. I think there are certain elements where we will kind of support directly, where it's the sports verticals, particularly around big seminal issues. So for example, the World Cup coming up, how can we support those creators to kind of know what's going on, know what the trends are, and then kind of create content which is going to succeed? I think that's where we see the value of kind of our interventions and support being.
Thank you very much. Annalise, did you have anything to pick up on the PSBs?
I guess just how do you ensure that public service broadcasting, which as Natasha said, or that's taxpayers' money, is in this wild west of the algorithm, is promoted more than this AI slop of fruit people, or worse than that, inappropriate or dangerous content that could be seen as dangerous or not good. I don't feel like you went into like what I suppose essentially it's like what is the starting point here, because it sounds like this. It sounds like it happens and then you move backwards rather than have the starting point as something that is, you know, high quality and you move forward from there really.
I was saying from a TikTok point of view, I wouldn't quite agree with that characterisation. I think, you know, when we're speaking to those kind of traditional broadcasters, of which the PSBs would be part of, we see it as kind of our own helping, working with them to kind of identify what tools are available and kind of build out new tools, kind of direct our costs. So things like Spotlight being a great way of doing that. We see kind of significant success, and I think the BBC have talked about how important that's been in driving an audience which has moved away from the PSBs back towards those seminal shows. I think that, and they are succeeding on their merits. I think the BBC has over 45 different accounts on TikTok, serving a whole range of processes, and they will regularly be at the kind of the top of searches for a whole range of content, and regularly and prominently within people's feeds organically. Obviously, when it comes to certain kind of high risk events, Iran, etc., we will do work to make sure that if people are searching for news on the platform, they are directly getting kind of as those top results, those high quality, you know, fact-checked broadcasters. But I think in the general sense of kind of the entertainment sector, they see the value as well in being alongside those genuine user-to-users who also get prominence, not least because they are the presenters, broadcasters, creators of the future, and they want them to succeed, be able to kind of engage with them as well.
And what about giving that as much prominence as like what about the how is that sort of defined against misinformation that could be you know, as soon as the public service broadcasting has gone away, the next thing that comes up could be something, a narrative presented as fact but is false.
So I think we're coming back to the safety argument. I think it's worth saying, obviously, we don't allow misinformation on the platform. We continue to use fact checkers directly who will kind of fact check kind of content on the platform. As I say, during those kind of high profile events, the things where we know people will be searching for correct information, we'll also be making sure that, you know, they are seeing the kind of traditional, most trusted news broadcasters kind of highly prominent on searches and in feeds as well.
So who determines what's misinformation on your platform?
So we have a number of ways that there are some things we know are misinformation. We have a misinformation bank of things that we know not to be true, which moderators can directly engage against. Where we see new claims, as I say, we work with fact checkers around the world. In the UK, it's Reuters. Our moderators can then send something to Reuters, who can make 3 decisions. Basically, this is true and should be allowed, this is untrue and should be removed from the platform, or, and there are plenty of cases where, you know, it isn't entirely clear, we can make choices to remove that from the recommender feed. So effectively it's not going to be pushed to people, but still exists on the basis of kind of free speech until those claims are verified or not.
What about something like, I don't know, crazy AI videos of something that didn't happen, and that's not necessarily a news report or anything, but who is checking that? So
again, 2 things on AI. All AI on the platform has to be labelled regardless, but if it's misinformation, it doesn't matter whether it's AI or not, it will be removed from the platform, it will be fact checked, it will be taken down.
Can I just ask very quickly about prominence for news on social media? Can I just quickly check with you both whether you've had any conversations with Ofcom about that?
As we say, our algorithm is designed to deliver personal experience. So if you are someone who wants to follow lots of news platforms, and we have hundreds, it would be prominent in your newsfeed. We have not had conversations about a more blanket approach to prominence for newsfeed.
And when it comes to sort of follow the news content that's suggested as over and above what people have kind of clicked to follow, is there any prominence for trusted sort of PSB?
Yes. So PSBs would be verified accounts. They come with a blue tick, very clearly what you're looking at. And as your colleagues have just been alluding to, where it's something false, misleading, poor quality, it's either removed from the platform or is downranked so that there's no engagement on it. So that's why these PSBs, I'm really pleased they're using our tools so successfully.
And same question.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of having any kind of direct conversations with Ofcom on that, although I'll check with colleagues. It's worth saying that when we talk about news and some of the Ofcom data, it's worth understanding kind of what we mean by news. So actually I think an awful lot of the news content that people are looking for on TikTok, and this is from Ofcom's data, is actually, you know, celebrity sports content, and they're defining it as opposed to kind of political news, for example. So there's a slight disparity in some of those issues. As I say, the PSBs are highly prominent on the platform. I think the BBC account is BBC News account's about 15 million followers currently, and they have a number of other accounts which all service news as well. Again, they are verified, but also when we're seeing those kind of high risk events, they're going to be actively kind of ensured that people see them first.
When it comes to the verified content, though, I mean, so Rebecca, you just said to me, BBC's verified, so we'll have prominence. But is it right that influencers like Jake Paul or the streamer like Adin Roth, who's previously been banned from platforms for anti-Semitism, is given the same verified status as trusted news providers? So is that true? I mean, a verified status is a verified status, and that could, that doesn't differentiate between super trusted PSB news providers.
They can serve slightly different purposes. So verification on authoritative, formal, recognised institutions and organisations, that's one thing. And then you can be, often individual creators want to use it so that it helps reduce impersonation of their accounts. Obviously, if you're banned from our account or you've had previous content violations, you would not be able to use any of those tools or our monetization tools.
But in terms of the sort of algorithmic prominence, there would be a difference between those different kind of verified accounts.
So, as I said, the algorithm is designed to find and remove harmful content, to amplify best quality original content to people, and after that it's kind of driven by what you in particular want to see. So yes, in the sense that if you are an unverified account promoting loads of clickbait, spammy, terrible content, that will be significantly downranked, if not removed, if it violates our content. Whereas we are incentivizing the best possible creators and content to reach the top of that news.
Just to be clear, there would be no difference in terms of the algorithmic push between something like BBC News and someone like Adin Roth.
It's tailored to each individual person. So at a broad level, verified, authentic accounts that are meeting our rules will be higher up, rather than ones that aren't, but what you might see as an individual will be tailored to you specifically.
Finally, Jeff.
Thanks. So Giles, TikTok have talked about helping teenagers engage with educational and informative content. Can you make an estimate of what proportion of the content on TikTok you could describe as that?
So I think it's hard to kind of define that in kind of the full panoply of the millions and millions and millions of videos. For education can mean a range of things to a range of people, so I think there's a genuine challenge there. What I can share, and this is data we're going to publish in a couple of months' time, so it's a slightly sneak peek for the committee, but we're doing some work with Public First, which suggests that about 18 million hours worth of educational content is being watched on the platform in the UK each year. So, so significant amounts of what is being watched is there. We also have a direct STEM feed, so that is science, technology, education. And of that, we know that of under 18s, about a third of them use that once a week, so looking at that dedicated feed of educational content as well.
And that did you say 18 million now?
I think it's 18.1 million hours, yes.
How can you quality assure that educational content? If the parents look at it, how do they know it's decent content?
So again, with the STEM feeds, we have, creators can seek to opt into that, but all that content is then checked to make sure it's of kind of high quality. Again, I think when we get into education, kind of the wider definition, again, from survey work we've done, people have, learning how to tie a tie might be education versus, learning how to cook a recipe versus, maths, etc. So I think it's a little bit harder to find kind of a pure metric of fact-checking quality against that as well.
One last question. You talked earlier on about pointing users to iPlayer. What can TikTok do to talk? There's the BBC initiative, the other side of the story. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
So what can TikTok do to promote that kind of initiative that helps young audiences develop critical thinking, identify misinformation, that kind of thing?
So there's a couple of things we do and can do. So the first is we also work a lot with both speaking to our users and then the BBC and others about kind of how news is evolving and how young people might want to engage with news. One of the really interesting things that may be worth noting is that we're increasingly seeing younger audiences say, well, we want our news served to us in a way which is more kind of benevolent, is the word used, so kind of little bit more compassionate, a little bit less straight facts because of the way they've engaged kind of with society more generally. And actually that can help shape the way that broadcasts like the BBC choose to kind of present things to that new audience they're trying to reach. I think some of the things like the other side of the story are part of an indication of that, that responding to audience demands. That's happened over the years, right? Going back to 1960s, BBC broadcast very different from what we'd see today. So that's point one. I think point two, as I say, in those kind of high-profile events, making sure that there's, clearly, when people are searching, they're finding that content first. I think it's important. And the final thing is we will do a whole load of work directly with BBC and others on media training and partnerships. So if I think of, it's not PSB or broadcasters, but with the elections going on at the moment, we have what's called our election hub. So on any piece of content which has hashtag election or a whole range of other hashtags, there'll be a signpost to get the facts about the election. That will take you to a site which has been written with the Electoral Commission, and not to portray confidences too much, they're currently in the process of making them. Will then have videos directly from the the Electoral Commission on it as well, so that people can get facts. And again, in those circumstances, we've often taken information from BBC Fact Check about how to kind of get media literacy and put those on those pages as well, so they're directly being driven to that kind of content in those instances.
Okay, we need to finish.
Yeah, thank you. You've been very patient with us today. Thank you for giving us so much of your time. And that concludes today's session. Order, order.
Where was the phone then? Where was the phone? Upstairs somewhere. Last week she ever lose this. So last week she ever lose this. She was on it. No, for the social take photo. A normal makeup lady with all time extensions on. That's fine. Do you know what I mean?
How long to buffer? Because I don't want to put him in there. How long to buffer? Ready, Gary. How long to buffer? Ready, Gary. How long to buffer? Okay. Can you give me 30 seconds? I'll get him in position.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official launch press conference for Glory in Giza on May 23rd of this year, live at the Pyramids of Giza, Egypt, exclusively world on DAZN, the Bible of Boxing, Ring Magazine, Sella, Matchroom Boxing, and Ready to Fight will proudly present an evening of world-class professional boxing for your entertainment, with the main event being 12 rounds of boxing for the universally recognized heavyweight championship of the world. sanctioned by the World Boxing Council, and as always, special thanks to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. Now behind me we have a distinguished panel. The CEO of the Bible of Boxing Ring Magazine, Rick Reno. For Matchroom Boxing Chairman Eddie Hearn. For Team Verhoeven, Manager Karim Eria, Coach Peter Fury, and for Team Usyk, Coach Jakub Chiki. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let's meet the warriors who will step into that ring as the sun sets on the pyramids in Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, first, he stands 6'5" and he fights at a weight of 270 pounds. As a kickboxer, he has 66 victories, including 13 World Championship victories in title fights. Representing the Netherlands, he's the Glory Heavyweight World Champion, the Prince of Kickboxing, recognized as one of the most accomplished combat sports athletes in the world, undefeated in 10 years, the challenger, Rico Verhoeven. And his opponent, 2012 Olympic gold medalist who captured that Olympic gold right here in this city, London. Now, as a professional, a perfect record, 24 fights, 24 victories, 15 big wins by knockout, representing the sovereign nation of Ukraine, the former undefeated, undisputed cruiserweight world champion, and the reigning and defending undefeated, universally recognized heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander Usyk. And ladies and gentlemen, let me turn it over right now to our host. He's the recent SJA One to Watch Award winner, Mr. Jamie Ward.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm not sure who added that SJA bit in, but it means a lot coming from the greatest Mr. Michael Buffer in the house. So when Michael Buffer is in the house, that is when we know we have something iconic and special to bring you all and preview in the mad old world of professional boxing. And how about this? May 23rd, the Ring magazine proudly presents Glory in Giza, Usyk versus Rico for the WBC World Heavyweight Championship. And when you look at Ring magazine, just in the last year, we've been spoiled, haven't we, really, in terms of the iconic nights, the brilliant fights in so many brilliant venues around the world that we have been treated to. You take yourself back just to last year, the two iconic contests at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium here in London between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. Across the pond, a sold-out Madison Square Garden for Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson. Also, of course, in the Big Apple, we've even had a boxing ring plonked in the middle of the iconic Times Square. But in terms of history-making, groundbreaking, this is perhaps the most impressive yet, because Usyk versus Rico on May 23rd takes place in the shadow of the Great Pyramids, Giza, in Egypt. Two kings collide from different disciplines at the very top of their craft. The king of boxing is back, a two-weight, three-time undisputed world champion, the return of the great Alexander Usyk. And in the opposite corner, a fellow king of his own respective craft, a man who knows, just like Usyk, exactly what it takes to reach the top, to challenge, face, and beat the very best, and not only that, remain at the top of the sport for many years. Of course, the king of kickboxing himself, Rico Verhoeven. And one thing, even though this might be a matchup that not a lot of us maybe saw coming, I think even for Alexander Usyk and for Rico, if you'd have told them about this 12 months ago, they might have been a little bit surprised. But there is nothing quite like the unpredictability and sheer drama of heavyweight boxing, and I have no doubt we'll all be tuning in to find out exactly what is going to happen in this one on the 23rd of May, live exclusively on the global home of the sport, right here on DAZN. Before we hear from the fighters and the rest of the panel here this evening, we are going to hear from two very important figures of two representations have made everything possible and brought this very special event to life. Of course, promoter Eddie Hearn, a familiar face, chairman of Matchroom Sport, and, in case you had forgot, Mr. Versace himself, Rick Reno, CEO of Ring Magazine. Rick, let me come straight into you. Of course, when you look at what the Ring Magazine, I just reeled off a few there of some of the special nights we've had so far on DAZN, Rick, but talk about this one. Usyk versus Rico, the Pyramids of Giza. Is this the best one yet? How on earth did we get here? Tell us more about it.
First, I want to thank everyone in attendance for coming out to support this event. I mean, this is going to be an absolute spectacle. You got the king of heavyweight boxing against the king of heavyweight kickboxing, two legacies, two guys who are at the top of their game, one-on-one at the pyramids in Giza, Egypt. It's almost like a fantasy that's going to come to life. I mean, I know a lot of people have said that Usyk is a big, overwhelming favorite, but, you know, let's be honest, he would be a big, overwhelming favorite against anybody right now. Any heavyweight you name in the sport, he would be an overwhelming favorite. I think Rico presents a very dangerous challenge. He's built up a very big legacy for himself in kickboxing. He's a legend. They call him the king of kickboxing, and he's not going to make himself look bad or embarrass himself by getting into a fight where he's not utterly confident of victory. And he wants to challenge himself. He said he took this fight to challenge himself. He wanted the very best in boxing, and he's getting the very best. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, undefeated against an opponent who's been undefeated for over a decade. I expect a lot of action. It's going to be some type of scene to see a match going on before, right in front of the pyramids. I've seen a couple of AI mock-ups, and it looks unbelievable. You know, it doesn't look like something that's going to be reality, but Ring Magazine and our boss, His Excellency, we bring things like this to life.
Thank you, Rick. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you a little bit later on in the press conference. Let's hear a word from promoter Eddie Hearn. Eddie, you've worked with Alexander Usyk quite a few times as his promoter. He's broken your heart on a few occasions as well. And just choose your words carefully here, because Rico Verhoeven's a big man, and he is in touching distance of you right now, Eddie Hearn. But what are the big questions here that you have in your mind about this matchup?
Be careful, Bratan.
I know. Don't forget, I was in your training camp 2 weeks ago. Now I'm sitting next to Rico. Ah, yes. Firstly, thanks, Jamie. Congratulations on your award.
Thank
as
you,
well.
Eddie.
Almost an air of arrogance to that opening speech. Now you're an award winner, but it's going to be interesting in your negotiations moving forward. But
Absolutely.
we want to thank everybody for attending today off the back of an incredible event on Saturday. This is something completely different. When we were asked to be involved promotionally in this event, the team, everybody looked at, like Rick said, the AI imagery of what we're about to see. And I think people tuned in around the world on DAZN really won't think this is true. You're about to see a show, the World Heavyweight Championship, staged at the foot of the pyramids in Egypt. It's going to be something that's never been done before. And as good and as thrilling as this fight is, I think we should also just briefly talk about the undercard as well. Hamza Shiraz goes for the super middleweight world championship on the card. Another brilliant heavyweight clash that will decide Alexander Usyk's mandatory with the IBF in Torres against Sanchez, and also the world welterweight title on the line. Two of our guys, Jack Catterall against Shakram Giyasov, a brilliant, brilliant fight. In terms of this one, I'm sitting next to the man, so I've got to be a little bit careful, but I said to him down there, I'm going to have to tell the world, you are crazy. This guy is crazy. I mean, he signed up to fight Anthony Joshua. Unfortunately, you know, after the tragedy, that fight didn't take place, and he signed straight up to fight Alexander Usyk. But what that tells you, he has a huge amount of confidence and a huge amount of belief. He has a great training team. He has Peter Fury, who knows heavyweight boxing inside out. And what he has is dynamite in both hands and hands like shovels as well. But he is fighting, in my opinion, not just the pound-for-pound #1, but one of the greatest fighters across any generation in sport. Alexander Usyk is one of a kind that I think we've never, ever seen before. I think we should appreciate him while he's here. And now you have the pound-for-pound king of boxing against the pound-for-pound king of kickboxing. It's going to be an incredible event. It's heavyweight boxing, and anything can happen. As I said, this man's got a pyramid to climb on May 23rd against one of the all-time greats. But something tells me with a look in his eye, he's coming to win. He believes he can win, and we'll see if he can do maybe the impossible on what will be a night that I think boxing fans will never forget in Giza in Egypt on May the 23rd, live on DAZN.
Alexander, do you remember when Eddie Hearn said you were too small to be a heavyweight boxer?
Sorry.
Do you remember when Eddie Hearn said you were too small to succeed at heavyweight? I just remember, have you taken that back now, Eddie, that statement?
I don't think that was, yeah.
Yeah, Eddie Hearn, true. I'm very small, but I beat him two times.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Alexander, it is wonderful to see you back. Oh, sorry, go on.
Eddie joking.
He's kidding. He's kidding. It's wonderful to see you back, Alexander. I think the boxing
I really small, but size doesn't matter.
No.
I thought, yeah. It's just training, hard training, and good pasta.
Good pasta.
Yes, good pasta, double portion. Yeah, it's magic. My helping.
Your fuel.
Yes.
Your fuel.
Yeah.
How does it feel? We are very happy to see you back. I think boxing smiles when they see the name Usyk on a poster. But being here again, Alexander, on the big stage, how does it feel for you to be back once again?
I feel good. Listen, hi everyone. I'm very glad to be here. I'm very happy back in UK. You know, I missed a little bit, 6 months. Yeah, last time. Thank you so much. Thank you organization who do this. Thank you Rico. Thank you Rico team. For me, it's a challenge. A lot of people say, "Why you choose not boxer?" It's a great guy. It's a dangerous guy. You want, you know, please. One time, I wanna do what I want, not what need, because a lot of time I do what need another people, and you must, you have to boxing like this. You must boxing like this. I say, okay. Now I do what I need. Thank you so much.
We'll come back to you in just a moment, Alexander. Rico, welcome. Big smiles from you so far since the fight has been announced. Eddie Hearn says you're crazy. I just wonder, in your mind, what does all this mean to you, Rico? A man who's mastered his kickboxing craft, to be sharing the boxing ring with Alexander Usyk, with an opportunity for yourself, let's not forget, to become world heavyweight champion. Just tell us what this all means to you, Rico, and why.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, all smiles, because what an opportunity we have to upset the world and write history. And exactly what Eddie said. Are you crazy? I think to be the very best at what you're doing, you have to be a little bit crazy. And I think that's not just me. I think that's in every vertical and every discipline. You do something, you have to be a little bit crazy and obsessed with what you're doing. And that's what I am. What I do to the point perfect. I do to perfection. In my vision, I love it. I enjoy it. I do it with so much passion. And I'm crazy excited to be here. Yeah, super thankful for the opportunity that Alexander Usyk is giving me. Like he said, he's doing something that he wants to do now, and he was open to the fight. He was excited about the fight, because it's something new, it's something different. We're bringing new eyeballs to combat sports in general. We're colliding two worlds together, kickboxing and boxing, to make the sport of combat even bigger. So, like I said, super thankful. For a lot of people that do not know, Jason Statham is one of the people that initiated this opportunity. So super thankful to him, and of course also His Excellency, because they were talking about it and he said, let's do it. And then first we got the opportunity to fight Anthony Joshua because of the tragic accident that got derailed. And then this opportunity came across. So super happy and thankful to be here.
Thank you, Rico. We're just going to move our way down the table then. Firstly, great to have the great Peter Fury in the house with us as well here this evening. Peter, welcome. Just talk to us about your experience so far. You've worked with a lot of great fighters, but how's everything clicking together in the gym with this man? A new challenge for you as well as a coach.
Well, we go back a long way, actually, about 15 years. So I've always done the boxing side with Rico and his trainer, Dennis, but for kickboxing. So now it's a different ball game because it's boxing. Styles are different, stances, and 1 to 100, you name it. But if ever there's a guy who likes to climb Mount Everest, it's Rico Verhoeven. And he's a phenomenal person. He's just like Usyk. He's like Usyk in his beliefs, really nice guy, and he's a credit to the sport. So I can't speak highly enough of him. It's not going to be as easy as what people think it is, because nobody's here. He's not coming for a paycheck. He was offered a lot more money in other sports. He turned that down for this one. So he's super enthusiastic about it. And look, of course it's a difficult challenge. I think Usyk is the best heavyweight in the world, and he's earned it. And he's got my total respect. I think he's a fabulous guy. But look, this is a sport we're in. It's heavyweight boxing. Anything can happen when that bell goes. And, you know, Rico, he's not coming to make the numbers. He's coming to win.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to throw it over to the other side. We have Jacob Chitsky from Team Usyk as well. Jacob, welcome. Great to have you here with us. Your friend here, your teammate Alexander Usyk, many believe he has already completed the sport of boxing. What do you think it is that keeps him so hungry and makes him such a unique fighter?
I appreciate great question. In answer, I would put it this way. On this stage of Alexander's career, as a team, we focus not really on opponents. Opponents, it's, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but when Alexander is ready, he can win with everyone. So we focus, the really challenge lies in maintaining safe, maintaining effective training process. And if you tell me about be hungry, about the motivation of Alexander, so this process now going very well. And I think so that training is something what motivates Alexander now.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. And just finally on Rico's side, before we hear from the fighters, Kareem, welcome, long-term manager and partner, of course, on the business side, commercial side with Rico Verhoeven. I just wonder, from your perspective, as someone who's been by his side for so many years, what have you noticed about his mind, his focus since this fight has been announced? Have you ever seen him perhaps like this before?
Yeah, to be honest, his focus hasn't been different from since I met him, I think 12 years now. This guy outworks everybody, and he's so focused and so confident. And he's used to sold-out arenas, he's used to the press. So without any doubt, I think it's not different than any other fight, other than that he knows he has to be 200% of himself.
Thank you, Kareem. Let's hear from the fighters then on the stage this evening. Alexander, firstly, to you, after all the years, as I say, many believe you have already completed the sport of boxing. What do you still love about what you do best, and what do you still love about the sport of boxing?
Олександр, ви сказали, що вже закінчуєте свою кар'єру. Скажіть, будь ласка, що ви найбільше любите в своїй кар'єрі? Найбільше любите в своїй кар'єрі?
Listen, I love more boxing, my wife. Yes, but it's first. It's first. Listen, I love boxing because it's an instrument. You know, God gave me a chance about boxing. Boxing helped me look for friends, team. A lot of people who now, you know, we friendly now, we help each other. Boxing, for me, instrument. Boxing is great, but I love life. Life is great. Thank you.
Rico, for you, look, you've dominated the kickboxing world for many years now, but when you look at this opportunity, look, you're back in a boxing ring as well. You've had one professional boxing fight, which you won by knockout as well. But to jump straight in with Alexander Usyk, why was it only the biggest and best challenge that interested you, do you think?
Because I've been dominating the sport of kickboxing for over a decade, facing the best, beating the very best, having that target on my back for years and years, like Alexander has on his back for the last few years, that everybody's like chasing, well, because he has everything that the other guy wants. And with that being said, for me, looking at it, like I said, I set the bar so high for the next generation of kickboxers. I was like, okay, I don't feel like I'm finished, but I want to do something, but I do want to do something different. So with that being said, I was hoping for like a crazy like crossover fight or crossover sports, maybe with MMA or with boxing or whatever. I was open to it. So then first of all, of course, the AJ fight came about. I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's like the crossover fight I've been looking for. Well, that tragically derailed, but then this fight occurred. I was like, wow, this is even bigger and even better. And to be honest, like we were the ones that put it forward. We were the ones putting it out there to the promoters like, hey, we have an idea. What about undisputed versus undisputed? What do you think? And they said, we love it. I said, okay. So, and that's how this fight came about. And yeah, it's, like I said, it's something very special, and it's such a unique location. So it's like going back in the days when we had the Rumble in the Jungle. Now we have the Glory in Giza.
I spoke to your good friend, Rico, Tom Aspinall, on the DAZN broadcast a couple of weeks ago. He's a big fan of yours and a big fan of your chances in this fight to cause Alexander Usyk problems.
Yeah.
What problems do you believe, stylistically, you can cause Usyk in the ring that many have tried but failed to do?
Well, of course, thank you, Tom. Appreciate you so much, my brother. What I believe is that the puzzle of boxing, Alexander solves multiple times, too many times already. And I think this is a puzzle he hasn't solved yet. So I'm going to bring kickboxing angles, bring a different type of puzzle. And like I said, I'm a big unit. I'm like 125 kilos. So that is something that he's going to feel.
Alexander, what do you believe makes Rico dangerous, and how excited are you to figure out this new puzzle?
Listen, it's a fighter, you know. I feel on serious for this fight. I prepare like 100% discipline, control. But 23 in May, we look great fight.
And you have told us, Alexander, you have 3 fights left in the world of boxing, starting with Rico, then you said you wanted the winner of Wardley Dubois, and then a third fight with your friend Tyson Fury.
Greedy belly.
Okay, I don't want to call him that in case you can call him that, I can't, I'm too scared. But in terms of what Tyson Fury has said recently about only being interested in facing Anthony Joshua, how does that affect the 3-fight plan for Alexander Usyk?
If Tyson Fury send the fight with AJ, I do step back.
And watch as a fan? Who do you think wins that fight? You've boxed both of them twice. You've been...
AJ win. It's future undisputed champion, you know?
Does that make you feel pretty good, Eddie Hearn, hearing that?
Amazing. The table nearly flew off.
Rico, when you've seen the fight in your mind, it was interesting seeing your prediction. You've talked about the best way for you to win would be a unanimous points decision. Can you tell us why you feel that way and what you meant by that?
Yeah, if you look at it, like how amazing would that be? Being in the ring with the very best and winning enough rounds to win the fight. Is that something that's realistic? I don't know. But we're aiming for the sky, so why not? Let's put it out there and let's see what happens.
Last couple then, Alexander, as the elite boxer out of the 2 here, do you accept the pressure is on you to win this fight on May the 23rd? Rico coming into your world.
No, it's not pressure for me. Listen, it's just fight. It's a boxing fight. It's a normal. I prepare for this fight. Everything okay.
Final words then, Rico, to you. When you land your best shot, what do you believe can happen? Just tell the world how you believe you become world champion and become the first man in a professional ring to beat Alexander Usyk on May 23rd.
Well, when I land my best punch on him, of course he will go down because it's like a 20-kilo weight difference. He's like a build-up cruiserweight. So, and I'm like a naturally born heavyweight. So that's a big difference. So that's what's gonna happen if I land my best shot clean. And if not, yeah, we're just gonna win.
What do you think of that, Alexander? A built-up cruiserweight? What do you make of Rico's prediction? If he lands his best shot, you'll go down.
I bet predictor. We'll see.
What is your promise to the world of boxing, Alexander? How do you see yourself winning this fight? What is your final message you'd like to leave?
Wonderful. Wonderful winner.
Okay, thank you, Alexander.
Thank
Ended
you.
in brilliant Alexander Usyk fashion. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming to today's press conference. Then we are going to bring Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven to the front of the stage for a face-off. That was interesting. Thanks for watching.
Test.
Do we get ready for the face-off now?
Ladies and gentlemen, here they are face to face.
Baker?
here at the official launch press conference. Of course, in about 5 weeks, they'll be meeting each other in Egypt. Glory in Giza, a great night of world-class professional boxing with the main event for the heavyweight championship of the world. The challenger, a man who is undefeated in combat sports for 10 years, Rico Verhoeven, the defending world champion, two-time undisputed world champion, and reigning defending heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander Usyk. May 25th, Glory in Giza. May 23rd, Glory in Giza. Challenger and champion, May 23rd, Glory in Giza. The pyramids are 4,500 years old. The last surviving member of the 7 ancient wonders of the world, a site of boxing. Glory in Giza. Verhoeven, Usyk, May 23rd, live on DAZN. Here they are, challenger and champion Rico Verhoeven, Alexander Usyk.
Thank you, sir. All good. Always a pleasure.
Well done, Michael. Safe. You go back to the States tomorrow?